Yeah,
that's awesome.
It's healthy.
Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well. We got the different colors up on the podium.
This is the All-Star game. The rainbow. No unity right now.
But the color, it still fit, even though it don't fit. It fit. I hope everybody's doing well.
Not red, white, blues, red, black, and blue.
Exactly. Oh man, I hope everybody's doing well online. Shabbat Shalom. Everybody's Shabbat's doing well. I'm gonna get to the second half of this Shabbat and I'm get this word out. Shalom, isbhpk, Houston, Virginia, Saranto, Cabo Cabo, Guatemala. Shalom to everybody that's committing themselves to teaching their people and to the development of our nation. Shalom and salutations. So, let's get our prayers up real quick. This thing is taking forever to. You keep messing with it. Okay. We'll get our prayers up. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nothing to know. A war. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Majim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Hashabbat. B'Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha,
Ayanyamya,
Pahoyam, Ma'ayah, Yabu'ah, Isaiah, Yabu'ah, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Ba'aratiza, La'ab, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regaya, Yala'ab, Nawam, Shashamoyah, Hana, Yala'ab, Nawam, Wala'ab, Nawam, Shashamoyah, Hana, Yala'ab, Nawam, Wala'ab, Yeshan, Shashumar, Yeshua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Zezalia, Ayah, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ab, Hakaya, Mayawam, Wala'ab, Halabanab, Barayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makom, Right, Yashemaya, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Hawalakia, Wabu'ayah, Ma'aitha, Wa'ayah, Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy shade. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharab, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abnao, Shema Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wazka, Taba'ah, Ratizaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netanel, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasilachanel, Chawatinau, Kasalachanau, Chawatinau, Wala'ah, Abiyatnau, Banasai One, Abo, Abashayinau, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Laha'ah, Lahathapa'ara, La'ay Walamya. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahayim, Lakab, Alahayim, Achayim, Ayim, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
2. La'ah, Ta'anah, Lakab, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'ah, Thalach Wacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'ah, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thaganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ainah. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Thachamat. Kol, Asherah, La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Ha'ha'wa'ah. Netanel. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel Yeshabim.
You see it?
Okay. What we're dealing with today is what ends up happening with Solomon's reign after the temple was completed. Okay, we missed last week, so we're going to pick up where we left off 2 weeks ago. And when we left off 2 weeks ago was a description of the building of the temple, a description of all the intricacies and the detail, and how costly the process was, and how much energy and effort he put into structuring things, and how much energy and effort he put into making the temple potent and making it grandiose and exquisite, and a great example of Israel at their best. Mm-hmm. You have to understand, this was the pinnacle of our nation before the slow decay. Okay, this was the pinnacle of our people. This was that quote unquote city on a hill that the entire world can see and respect and marvel.
And what made this special is the fact that you can see what happens when Israel comes together, and nobody spares the expense of what they offer the Most High. That temple was a reflection of everybody's coming together, unifying, and everybody's dedication, not considering, well, I got to make sure my own house is taken care of, and I got to make sure that I got bills to pay. It was a commitment to the temple. And the request that the Solomon had was that all the men that give it willingly. And that's what the Most High wanted to build this temple.
It was that, and it was a combination. It shows what would happen when leadership is in the right spirit, Israel is motivated to do right, and it's an example of when the whole operation is on point, what good can happen, and how great Israel can be when Israel is right from head to toe. And regardless of, the crazy thing is, it's very hard to get everybody to be in sync at the same time.
Right.
Whether you have Moses, who was a great leader, but Israel didn't want to follow, or you had Israel that was wanting to be right and leadership wasn't strong. The reality is, if we can all come together and everybody fit their slot and fit their responsibility and do their task, everything could function and operate smoothly. But the truth be told, this entire time, matter of fact, I want to go here real quick. I was reading this a few days ago. Before we jump into the actual reading, and I'm not going to take it off topic too much, but when you go to Revelation chapter 6, verse 1 and 2, that's all we're going to go into. Revelation chapter 6, verse 1 and 2.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 1. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard.
Stop. The Lamb is talking about Christ. Okay, the Lamb is Christ. And it says the Lamb opened one of the seals. The seals refer to prophecies or periods of time. Okay, read on.
And I heard, as it were the noise of thunder, one of the four beasts saying, "Come and see."
And as you read throughout Revelations, you'll find out that the beasts refer to the angels, the archangels that are working under Christ. So as Christ is opening the seals, Christ is opening the understanding, because the seals is just the understanding of times. The understanding of times in the past, the understanding of times in the present, and the understanding of times in the future. Read on.
Verse 2. And I saw, and behold, a white horse.
And like I said, we're going to eventually go into these Revelation chapters in detail. But the white horse is referring to, first of all, white refers to righteousness. And we can prove that in Revelation chapter 19 in verse 8. If I'm not mistaken, it's 8. Yes. Read that. Somebody read that. Matter of fact, Karai, let's get you started real quick.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'ala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'ala. I measure. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatham. Book of Revelations, chapter 19, and verse 8. And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen.
Fine linen. Read on.
Clean and white.
Okay.
For the fine linen is the righteousness of saints.
It's the white fine linen is the righteousness. It's not just the fine linen. It's the white fine linen. So white represents righteousness. Okay. Now, one more verse. Was that?
I want to add one more to that.
Please do.
2nd Ezra chapter 2, verse 38. Read that real quick. 39, I'm sorry.
Second Ezra chapter 2 and verse 39.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Which are departed from the shadow of the world
Read on.
and have received glorious garments of the
It
Lord.
says these are the ones that are sealed in the end. He said they receive what?
Glorious garments.
Go ahead. What are the color of these glorious garments? Read on.
of the Lord. Take thy number, O Zion, and shut up those in thine that are clothed in white.
He says the ones that are clothed in what?
White.
Because these are the ones that he'll explain. Read on.
Which have fulfilled the law of the Lord.
And these are the ones that fulfill the law of the Lord. And that's why that white represents that righteousness. Because these individuals fulfill the law. These individuals were righteous. Read on.
Come. Says
that's
the
it.
number.
That's it right there.
Come.
I'm glad you pulled that, because the righteousness is about the individuals who follow the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High, and who dedicate themselves to serving the Lord. So let's get ourselves back to Revelation 6 and verse 2.
Come. Revelation chapter 6, verse 1.
I said 2.
Oh, come. Verse 2. And I saw, and behold, a white horse.
So we know the white is righteousness, and that righteousness was predicated on following the laws of the Most High. Now we're going to explain horses, what the horsemen. You know, you saw always online someone, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. This is the guy in the white, and he's the Roman Catholic Church. And they go into all different colors. The red is this guy, and the black is this guy, and the death is this guy. They've completely got it wrong. I think back in the day, I saw this old pamphlet that they used to push. They said the red was like the CCP was like Russia.
Yeah.
They said the red was Russia, the white was the Catholic Church, the black was the Black Pope. The Black Pope was the black, and the death was like death, famine, and destruction that's going to come around the world. It's like the sickle guy with the skull face.
Yeah, Grim Reaper.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper. That's what they were saying death was, or the black, or the death wasn't the end. But when you sit back and go through the breakdown, it's completely different. We're still dealing with different prophecies and periods of time that the earth once had in its habitation. But first, we got to establish horse. Let's go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 10 and 7.
Come. Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 7. I have seen servants upon horses, and princes walking as servants upon the earth.
What Solomon is saying is that he says servants were on horses, and princes were walking. He's showing that there was a fractured society. If you're going to have
a reversal of roles,
if you're having royalty walking and servants on horses.
That's an order.
Because he's showing you royalty, people who had power, rulership, authority had horses. They were the ones who were on horses. That represented a regal state.
And it goes back to Job, where it says, when the wicked are in authority, the people mourn. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Got it.
So it's we're still dealing with authority factor. Riding on a horse symbolizes symbolic authority.
Got it. And that was the point. So now if we understand sitting on the horse represents authority, now we jump back to Revelation chapter 6 again, verse 2.
Come. Revelation chapter 6 and verse 2. And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him.
Crown refers to leadership. Read on.
And he went forth conquering and to conquer.
So this is talking about the era when righteousness and the law was at its pinnacle. The desire to serve the Most High was at its pinnacle. Now,
This is
remember
a
you
time
asked,
period.
this is a time period, and that time period kind of blends into the question that you had on Monday about Genesis chapter 5. Because before Genesis chapter 5, during the time of Adam is really the beginning of this white horse. When the righteous government of Israel, of the Hebrews, was intact. Because when you sit back here and go from the time of Adam, then we continue to break down Seth. It went from Adam, and you want to say Cain because he was righteous, but he was killed. But it was Adam, Cain, Abel. Yeah, Adam, Abel, Seth. And you go through all the other men of the Most High through Noah, all the men who carried the righteous government of the Most High. This is what we're talking about in chapter 6, verse 2. It was all the Hebrews that kept the Lord's way, and how the Lord's way was an imposing force at the time. And just like all empires and all kingdoms, over time, that righteous way started to erode and it started to fall away. And eventually, when you get to the time of 586 BC, our temple fell. But you have Adam when the whole world was under that righteous government. And then you get to the time where the flood, when Nimrod came in, and Nimrod's anti-serving the Heavenly Father approach was implemented. The ruling government was still in power, and that ruling government was still the Hebrews' way. That righteous element was still on the earth, being that beacon of light and power. But as for every empire, you can't look at a chapter or any of these verses in Revelations or anything in the book and look at it as one particular snapshot. You got to look at things over a course of time. If you look at from Adam all the way to the fall of the Hebrews was a period of time. We're talking about in the book of 1 Kings about when since Adam's time and the ruling government classes, whether it was Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, to now, Solomon was like the pinnacle of the kingship and leadership of Israel. And after that, it was a quick diminishing afterwards. After Solomon was in power and he took the kingdom to its height, then it was a quick fall afterwards. It didn't take very long before the whole thing fell apart. What am I saying? When you're sitting back here and looking at Solomon, you're still looking at the crescendo of the righteous kingship on earth, that righteous power and authority on earth. You can tell as we continue to go from Kings chapter 6 on, or 7 and 8 on, you're going to start seeing that the temple that had all the gold and all the adornings started getting more raggedy. It was diminishing. All the gold was getting stripped off. You read about as the nation was diminishing, it was reflected by the temples diminishing. And as kings was coming in whipping their ass, they had to take some gold off the wall, take some gold pieces here, give it to the people there to pay off debts, to sit back and stay alive. You're just seeing a diminishing of the kingdom. But that was towards the end. Solomon was the peak. You had the beginning of Adam, and they were the ruling class. Righteousness was the ruling dominant class. And then there were always periods of time when negative would try to come in here and infiltrate. But righteousness kept prevailing.
That was the main dynamic, and it's reversed now.
And it's reversed now.
In our time period, everything's negative, but there's.
But that's what's explained in Revelation chapter 6. Over time, you start seeing different regimes, different authority figures, come through the earth. Okay, and so Revelation 6 gives you 4 of these different ruling classes and periods of time. We're just talking about the first one because this first one, this white horse, righteous authority and leadership, is at its peak as we're going into 1 Kings chapter 8. Okay, you understand that so far? So Solomon and the finishing of the temple was Israel at its peak. Okay, so and the conquering aspect is when Israel was just at its peak, and there was no contending forces around us. At the time of Solomon, there was no competition. David was the one conquering, going forth and conquering. The whole Israel's world was in order, and we were the pinnacle of the world at that time. As short-lived as it was. What you gonna say, Sean? I'm telling you. I mean, Sean.
No,
that's horrible. Like 80 years is it?
Yeah, we only got a little bit of time, huh?
Yep.
But you also looked at Solomon being able to eliminate off his father's wishes the enemies that would have brought in some alternative views and would have brought in some heresies against the kingdom.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So that was eliminated. So now everybody's mind was congruent. Everybody's mind was on the same page. Everybody's mind was unified, and that's something that also was a reflection of Solomon's rulership. He had both houses together. He had all the 12 tribes under his rulership, which is a hard thing to do. That's very difficult to have the whole nation under one house and one belief.
And this is how you can tell that, because even in every single country that's on a geopolitical level, a nation might be in power, but very rarely do you get the entire nation solidified and unified for long. Even when we look at America, in the 1700s, they might have been united when they were fighting those boys in Britain.
Right.
But after that, there was a lot of inward fighting, civil wars, disputes, different regime changes. So that process of complete unity until utter collapse, that just shows you the succession of time. Whether it was in the 1700s, the 1800s, America was strong. Then it took us to the 50s when they were at their peak, when they were Cold War in it. And you start seeing their diminishing in the late 60s, and the separatism and how the nation was divided. And you look at it now, this place is in utter collapse, social separation. And that's the beginning of the end. It happened to Rome, it happened to ancient Greece. This is how kingdoms are. So this, as we're reading in Revelation 6, it was explained the dynamic from the time of the government of Adam all the way to the fall of Israel, to the very short stint of us reclaiming our temple with the Persians. And that's where it ended. Around 331 was where that white horse regimen of time dissipated. Even you connect this with Daniel chapter 2, it tells you about the different kingdoms. Obviously our kingdom was high. Then you had Babylon, then you had Persia. Then you got to what? Then you got to the lesser caliber metals when the Greeks and the Romans came in. So it's showing you power and authority. And I don't want to make this, I could take this a whole different way, but I just wanted to paint that picture to explain that Solomon's time was the pinnacle of our government, of our righteous government, of that white horse. Does that make sense?
Kind of oscilloscope, how you kind of see Solomon's time, and then from there,
it now it's on the fall because his son was horrible. Then the kingdom split. Then you had the 9.5 tribes fell away immediately in their moral aptitude. Then the south was barely hanging on with one good king, one mediocre king out of 5. Then we had a strong one in Hezekiah, a couple bad ones, and Josiah kicked in, and the whole everything fell apart. But it's just still showing you this is the pinnacle, and the declines are coming right afterwards. Okay, like all kingdoms, all nations that have authority, there's a rise, there's a plateau, then there may be a little spike up, and there's a downward hit. Okay, so this is what's happening, and just for those who are out there who don't know, Revelations is not as forbidden and unknown as people might act like it is. There's still different histories that the Most High eventually opens up to give the whole world understanding. But anyway, we'll go into that another time. But let's go back now into 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 1 through 3.
1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 1. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes, the chief of the fathers of the children of Israel, unto King Solomon in Jerusalem, that they might bring up the ark of the covenant of the Most High out of the city of David, which is Zion.
So now Solomon's like, the temple is ready. Now it's time to bring up the ark that was in Gibeon. If I'm not mistaken, that's in the land of Benjamin. And let's take this ark up to the temple. Read on.
And all the men of Israel assembled themselves unto King Solomon at the feast in the month of Ethanim.
Now listen, the feast in the month of Ethanim, read on.
Which is the 7th month.
Now listen, what feast or what time period lines up with the 7th month in the scriptures?
so, like around what we got coming up, the blowing of the trumpets.
It's the memorial blowing of trumpets. When you say that, you're right. But it's a period of time. You have the blowing of the trumpets, and then a week later is what? Or a week to 10 days later, it is the what?
The
Day of Atonement.
Day of Atonement.
Then right after that, a week after that, what you got?
Tabernacle.
Feast Tabernacles. So it's a period of time where the nation comes together and just stays at the same place for this period of time. It's not just you're going to go for the blowing of the trumpets part. You're going to go home afterwards. You're going to go for the blowing of the trumpets. You're going to go experience the Day of Atonement. Why does it have to happen that way? The blowing of the trumpets is the assembly. The Day of Atonement is about the time to make it right with the people that you offended. You got to be around the people you offended to make it right with them. Then you have the Feast Tabernacles, which is used to do what?
Now we're going to dwell together.
Now we're going to make things right. Now bygones are bygones, and we're going to rebuild those relationships before everybody has to go back to their particular cities and locations, back into their life. That's what that whole process is for. And also, during that time of the Day of Atonement, what happens? What happens in that Day of Atonement? Why do you think Solomon said, let's go do this ceremony with the priests and bringing up the ark during that time? I want y'all to think.
Is it to cleanse ourselves before we celebrate the other feast days? Or?
Yes, but think about this. The temple is unoccupied. Matter of fact, hold this real quick. Hold that and go to 1 Kings chapter 6 and 38 real quick. 1 Kings chapter 6 and 38. We're going to go right back to this point.
1 Kings chapter 6 and verse 38. And the 11th year, in the month of Bul, which is the 8th month, was the house finished throughout all the parts thereof.
So the house, the temple was finished in the 8th month. Why did Solomon say in
The 7th month.
the 7th month, I need you to sit back here and bring the ark the 7th month? That means you had to wait a whole 11 months to get the ark up to the temple. Why did Solomon wait 11 months to get the ark in the temple? Because don't forget, remember last week, last week, right after this chapter 6 and 38, it goes into like 1 Kings chapter 7, and it starts talking about Solomon building his own temple. I know, for me, I was like, why the hell is the next chapter about Solomon building his temple, and Solomon building his house, but the temple wasn't dedicated yet? That didn't make sense to me. What's that?
Manpower
Nope.
play a factor? No.
Nope. Think about this.
Because I'm thinking the only
Solomon waited 11 months.
Mm-hmm.
But while he's waiting 11 months for this particular time, he said, well, I might as well get something done. So let me start building my house in this 11th month period. He was waiting. Why did he wait to bring the ark up on the 7th month? Does anybody know?
7 is number of completion.
Yes, 7 is number of completion, but not necessarily. Come on, man. You want me to give you the answer?
Give people's. That was gonna kind of lead into the Day of Atonement, where we're supposed to be in that
What
mindset,
happens
so to
during
prepare our minds.
Don't get deep on me. Y'all are getting deep as hell on me, man.
Okay.
Y'all in stars and quasars place right here. What happens during the Day of Atonement? On a priest level. What does a priest do on the Day of Atonement? One time a year, the priest does what?
He does the atonement for the sins.
But where does he go?
The anointing, the tabernacle, the Holy of Holies.
Okay. So the priest goes to the Holy of Holies
Mhm.
on the Day of Atonement. So why do you think Solomon wanted to wait until that period of time to bring the Ark of the Covenant in there?
Because the priests were going to be there in preparation.
And that's the
for their
only
duty.
time the priest can go into the Holy of Holies. The only time the priest can go to that back room is one time a year. So Solomon said, we're going to wait. We're going to do it right. The construction, he probably wanted the construction to get done in the 7th month. He couldn't get it done to the 8th. So we wait another year so that the priest wouldn't be going into the Holy of Holies just for the hell of it.
You couldn't
know what I
rush it.
mean?
You couldn't rush it out.
But
Hurry up,
You couldn't rush construction,
You couldn't rush
and you don't
construction.
want to sit back here and go in that Holy of Holies
Yeah.
at the inopportune time.
Out of season.
You come in unannounced.
Yeah, we're going to go in here the 15th month, the
Yeah.
13th month, and throw it in there. You can't do that.
Yeah, knock knock. Anybody there? Yeah, yeah. Now you're just not walking in there, man.
That's the point. So Solomon waited into the next year, in the 7th month, Day of Atonement time, when they can bring the ark inside. That makes sense now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Because before it wouldn't make sense why it was done on the 8th month. It was complete on the 8th month. He started building this crib, and then everything wasn't even completed
It was
yet.
like a downtime.
There was a time where he could sit back here. He said, "Well, okay, the temple is completed. I'm not gonna open it up.
The structure.
The structure is, but I still have my guys making little intricate pieces because I can't get it open until the next high holy period, the next 7th month anyway. So might as well get construction here." And he hired that separate guy who can do the brass work. So the one guy did his brass work with his team to finish off all the items. The ark was going to get brought up on the 7th month of the year, at the time when they were going to do what the priests can go into the Holy of Holies.
Which is the exact understanding of do all things decently and in order. So when we're reading the scriptures in the New Testament, it's not that just saying things because it sounded wise.
Smart.
These things are being preferenced off. Well, I say the word wrong, but things are being pushed off of what? Off of actual historical events that made sense as our nation was
To honor the Heavenly Father.
based on our history.
So we got that so far, right? Okay. So now let's go back to 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 2.
And all the men of Israel assembled themselves unto King Solomon at the feast in the month of Ethanim, which is the 7th month. And all the elders of Israel came, and the priests took up the ark.
So now we understand. They brought the ark up to bring it to its permanent home. The high priest was going to bring the Holy of Holies inside of the Holy of Holies. He was going to do his priest work there. He was going to leave, shut the door. Temple is now, it is dedicated now. You send your offering up to the Most High. Now the Most High, you're gonna see that as we go through this chapter, the same things that happened when the tabernacle was dedicated. It's exactly the same of when the temple was dedicated. What the Most High did, how the Most High reacted to the offering and the sacrifice, and how that smoke went into the tabernacle. The same thing happened in the temple. They're the exact same process. But you can also see how this was the pinnacle of Israel and Most High's presence with Israel. Okay? Or at least the pinnacle of our power and our time we was on top. So let's continue. Let's go back down in verse 4.
Come. And they brought up the ark of the Most High.
Nope, I'm sorry. Bad teacher. We're going to go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 4, paragraph 1.
Come.
We're going to read like halfway.
Come. Antiquity of the Jews, book 8, chapter 4, paragraph 1, page 218. Reads, how Solomon removed the ark into the temple, how he made supplication to the Most High, and offered public sacrifices to him. When King Solomon had finished these works, these large and beautiful buildings, and had laid up his donations in the temple, and all this in the interval of 7 years, and had given a demonstration of his riches and alacrity therein.
So this whole 7-year process showed how strong his money was and how strong his daddy's money was. And it demonstrated his passion and his dedication to pleasing the Heavenly Father. Okay, and how he spared no expense and how he went all out to do things perfectly. Read on.
Come. In so much that anyone who saw it would have thought that it must have been an immense time ere it could have been finished, and would be surprised that so much should be finished in so short a time. Short, I mean, if compared with the greatness of the work.
So he's like, it was short. It didn't take a very long time in comparison to the detail, the skill, and the attention to detail that it took to make that building pop. You would think it would have taken longer than 7 years for the scale and the scope of what was done. Okay.
Yeah, it's another signal also that shows that since we are the temple of the Most High, that if you have a desire to be right and to build something, and to make changes. It don't take long to change yourself, and who you are as a person. It doesn't take a long time to change what you're trying to do for the Most High as far as being a new creature in Christ. You don't take that long to change. It just takes commitment and a cheerfulness to that commitment, like Solomon did. And you could do the same thing that Solomon did with this physical temple. You could do that with your own temple.
Got it.
You know
so let's continue.
God. He also wrote to the rulers and elders of the Hebrews and ordered all the people to gather themselves together to Jerusalem, both to see the temple which he had built and to remove the ark of the Most High into it. And when this invitation of the whole body of the people to come to Jerusalem was everywhere carried abroad.
And once again, it was a perfect opportunity to have everybody come together, because they were going to come together anyway. This was the time of the assembling anyway. You see how it all made sense? We were going to assemble. Israel is required and ordered by the Most High to assemble during this time anyway. Okay, continue.
It was the 7th month before they came together, which month is by our countrymen called Thisri, but by the Macedonians, Hyperberetaris,
which is the Greeks. Read on.
The Feast of Tabernacles happened to fall at the same time.
I don't think it was it was by happenstance. I think it was done like that on purpose. Read on.
Which was kept by the Hebrews as a most holy and most eminent feast.
Now hold that. Now we're going to go back into 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 4.
1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 4.
Hold on a second. We're going to go to let's go to, yeah, we're going to do that. Let me see. Continue, read that.
And they brought up the ark of the Most High and the tabernacle of the congregation and all the holy vessels that were in the tabernacle.
So everything that was in the tabernacle in Gibeon was brought up. All the holy vessels. Okay, read on.
Even those did the priests and the Levites bring up. And King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel that were assembled unto him were with him before the ark, sacrificing sheep and oxen that could not be told nor numbered for multitude.
It couldn't even be counted how many sheep and animals were being sacrificed at the time. Okay, read on.
And the priest brought in the ark of the covenant of the Most High unto his place, into the oracle of the house.
The oracle is the holy of holies. So they brought the priest brought the ark into the holy of holies. Read on.
To the most holy place, even under the wings of the cherubim.
They brought it right in the middle, that space in the middle between those two angels' wings. They put it right there facing, with the handles facing forward. Read on.
For the cherubims spread forth their two wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubims covered the ark and the staves thereof above. And they drew out the staves.
They took out the staves because these were removable. Okay, read on.
That the ends of the staves were seen out in the holy place.
Now listen, they put the staves in the holy place, not the oracle. So they took the two staves out and put them somewhere in the middle stage, the middle part of the temple. Okay, so I guess they just put them there, and if they ever need to pull them out, they can take them out from the holy place and go in the holy of holies and get it out. Okay, read on.
And they were not seen without, and there they are unto this day. There was nothing in the ark save the two tables of stone, which Moses put there in Horeb, when the Most High made a covenant with the children of Israel when they came out the land of Egypt. And it came to pass.
Hold on 1 second. Do I want to do this now? No, I'm not going to do it yet. Let me see. Let's finish. Let's go. We're at verse 9, right? That finished. Yeah, I do want that now. Go to 2 Chronicles chapter 5, verse 1 through 14.
What verse is that?
2 Chronicles chapter 5, verse 1 through 14.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Shalom, everybody. Let me see. Yeah, let's read that.
2 Chronicles chapter 5 and verse 1. Thus all the work that Solomon made for the house of the Most High was finished, and Solomon brought in all the things that David his father had dedicated, and the silver and the gold and all the instruments put he among the treasures of the house of the Most High. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes, the chief of the fathers of the children of Israel, unto Jerusalem, to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Most High out of the city of David, which is Zion. Wherefore all the men of Israel assembled themselves unto the king in the feast which was in the 7th month. And all the elders of Israel came, and the Levites took up the ark, and they brought up the ark and the tabernacle of the congregation, and all the holy vessels that were in the tabernacle. These did the priests and the Levites bring up. Also King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel that were assembled unto him before the ark sacrificed sheep and oxen, which could not be told nor numbered for multitude. And the priests brought in the ark of the covenant of the Most High unto his place, to the oracle of the house, into the most holy place, even under the wings of the cherubims. For the cherubims spread forth their wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubims covered the ark of the staves thereof above.
And the staves thereof above. Got it.
And they drew out the staves of the ark, that the ends of the staves were seen from the ark before the oracle, but they were not seen without, and there it is unto this day. There was nothing in the ark save the 2 tables which Moses put therein at Horeb, when the Most High made a covenant with the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt. And it came to pass, when the priests were come out of the holy place, for all the priests that were present were sanctified, and did not then wait by course. Also the Levites, which were the singers, all of them of Asaph, of Heman, of Jeduthun, with their sons and their brethren, being arrayed in white linen.
So listen, the priests, the only ones who can sing in the area were the priests. So all the singers were Levites. Okay, let's keep going.
Having cymbals and psalteries and harps, stood at the east end of the altar, and with them 120 priests sounding with trumpets.
So they were sitting back here and singing near the altar. This is the east end of the altar. That means the east was this way. The Holy of Holies was this way. The east was going this way. The altar was here. Just trying to visualize it. I don't have that right the images. So yeah, if the altar was here, they were on the east end of the altar. Because then after the east end of the altar, you had the stairs going down anyway. So yeah, okay. Just visualizing it. Read on.
Verse 13.
In the southeast was the big brass laver that Solomon had constructed that was held together by those oxen.
Yep.
Those 12 oxen.
Yes,
that
sir.
was on the southeast.
Yep.
So that means that even when you approached the temple, you heard the singers out front.
Yeah. They were the first one. They're the first ones you saw.
Yeah.
The singers, and then it was the altar, and then there was what did they call it? They called it it was a brass. It was a brass. I forgot what they called the word, man. It was called the
Oh, you talking about the sea of glass?
The sea of. It was the sea of it wasn't glass. It was the sea of It was it called it the brazen sea. Brazen sea. That's what it was.
That big.
Yeah, it was a big. It was the big water that would funnel. You would use to sit back and set up the other waters that they had to use all around the temple.
And last week we went through the measurement of how much gallons that it had.
Yep.
It held, and how much water it actually was holding.
Yeah, I ain't got the numbers on my computer box today. You're gonna go back and watch last classic.
Yeah.
My computer box. So let's keep going. Let's keep reading.
Verse 13. It came even to pass, as the trumpeters and singers were as one.
They were in harmony, bro.
Yep.
They was in harmony, guys. It's like, you go to the church and everybody's singing right.
Yeah.
It's a feeling to it. It's a spirit. When everybody's singing right and good spirit, altars is cooking and burning out. This is the Most High's house, Read on.
The presence of the Lord is
The presence of the Lord was there, right? Let's continue. It's awesome, right?
To make one sound to be heard in praising and thanking the Lord.
That's phenomenal. Read on.
And when they lifted up their voice with the trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music,
They was jamming out too. It wasn't just some voices out. It wasn't just like what do you call it? Just solos, man. They were playing the whole instrument out, multiple instruments.
And you know that it just shows you also the Most High is not with that distorted sound either.
It wasn't acapella.
That distorted, you know, that just any note, at any time, just random sounds put together with no chemistry.
No.
No, the Most High is not with that confusion.
Discordant.
Yeah, discordant sounds, off beat, off rhythm sounds. Most High is not with that. Man.
So it wasn't no Blueface singers over there.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going. Silk the Shockers out there. Wasn't none of that going on.
Everybody's on rhythm.
Everybody was on rhythm.
Yeah.
Let's just continue, man. Being silly. Right?
and praise the Most High, saying, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. That then the house was filled with a cloud, even the house of the Most High.
So then, as they were singing and things were at their crescendo, is when that cloud came in from the Most High. And we know that cloud was the actual Heavenly Father, and the cloud is how the Most High transports through the world during the day. Mm-hmm. We're going to go more into the cloud in a little bit, but we're just explaining it. The cloud hit right when everything was put together, everything was ordered, everything was organized. The ark was put in there. It finally had its home. Then the cloud comes down and goes through the tabernacle.
Got post real quick?
What you got?
On that topic. Exodus 20 and 21.
I no, okay, I don't have that. Well, you got it.
Yeah, it's good.
Exodus chapter 20 and verse 21.
Come.
And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness.
So he drew near to this thick darkness, this cloud. Read.
Where the Most High was.
Where the Most High what?
Where the Most High was.
Where the Most High was. The Most High was in the thick darkness. The Most High was in the cloud.
And Josephus actually goes into that thick darkness. That's a perfect lead into it. Let that go, that thick darkness, and we're going to go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 4, paragraph 1, where we left off at, sir.
Okay. Line 101, right? Yeah, 101.
101?
Yeah.
That last one was the most imminent feast.
Yeah. So they carried the ark and the tabernacle which Moses had pitched.
Matter of fact, I'm so sorry.
Did you want it?
Give me the end of verse 14, and then we're going to let that go. Then we're going to go to the next thing.
2 Chronicles chapter 5 and verse 14. So that the priests could not stand to minister by reason of the cloud, for the glory of the Most High had filled the house of the Most High.
So they had to get the hell out of the temple for a period of time when that cloud came in. Okay, and it's going to explain more in detail in paragraph 2 of Antiquity of the Jews. But I want to get to paragraph 2 at least. So let it go. Now we go back to paragraph 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 8, chapter 4. Paragraph 1, line 101, page 219. So they carried the ark and the tabernacle which Moses had pitched, and all the vessels that were for ministration to the sacrifices of the Most High, and removed them to the temple. The king himself and all the people and the Levites went before, rendering the ground moist with sacrifices and drink offerings, and the blood of a great number of oblations, and burning an immense quantity of incense.
Read that again. It says the king himself. Read that again.
Come. It says right here, the king himself and all the people and the Levites went before, rendering the ground moist with sacrifices and drink offerings, and the blood of a great number of oblations.
Why were they doing that? Now we read that in 2 chapters already, in Chronicles and in Kings. Don't forget, remember when David was transporting the ark to Gibeon? Remember he was at that man's house, Obed something? It was at a man's house after, before, remember, okay, when he was initially trying to move the ark to Jerusalem. Remember the ark was on the ox carriage, and it tilted, and the guy tried to grab it and died. And how they stopped what they were doing because they were partying and having fun. Then they took it to that man's house, and the man's family was growing and getting blessed.
Yeah,
and
like
then David
66 children or something like that.
He had a lot. And then David was like, okay, I think that's the Spirit telling me I got to go ahead and get this ark back to Jerusalem. But like every few steps, they were making sacrifices. They would take like a few paces and stop, make a sacrifice. A few paces, stop, make another sacrifice. A few paces, stop, make another sacrifice. So instead of sitting back here and making the sacrifices as they walked, Solomon and this kept making sacrifices in the process of them transporting the temple or the ark from Gibeon to Jerusalem. Does that make sense? Instead of doing it as they're walking, they're sitting back here. He was offering all this stuff. He was offering a lot of sacrifices as they were moving this altar to the temple. Okay? So read the king himself again.
The king himself and all the people and the Levites went before, rendering the ground moist with sacrifices and drink offerings, and the blood of a great number of oblations.
Let me take that back. They weren't offering those sacrifices at the altar. They said the king himself and all the people and the Levites went before. Meaning they were ahead of the actual ark, making the sacrifices as the ark was going behind them. So the Levites and Solomon were doing the sacrificing, and they were ahead of the ark. So as they would do the sacrifice, then they would finish one and they would go. Then the ark would just follow as they were going. That's how it was explained. That makes a lot more sense than them sitting back here and offering at the temple at that exact time.
I see what you're saying. So they were pretty much following.
They marched up from Gibeon. Okay. I don't want to say marched, but they were at Gibeon, and they started making sacrifices as they were working their way up to Jerusalem.
So there was a group ahead of them doing that, and they were pretty.
Because they were saying the ground is moist. That means there was a lot of killing.
Yeah.
And then they would sacrifice this animal, and they would move forward, and the people behind them would see the moist blood on the floor as they're walking up to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's almost like a red carpet treatment.
Yep.
Type of scenario.
Literally red, liquidy red.
For the ark.
Yeah.
Exactly. But David did a similar thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, David would sit back here, take a few steps and stop.
Yeah.
Sacrifice animals. Make a few steps, stop. They were doing the same thing.
Yeah.
They just probably configured it a little different. Okay? So continue.
And burning an immense quantity of incense, and this till the very air itself everywhere round about was so full of these odors that it met in a most agreeable manner.
It was smelling good as hell on the way up. Moist ground, the incense was burning and cooking. Read on.
Persons at a great distance, and was an indication of the Most High's presence.
Mm-hmm.
And as men's opinion was of his habitation with them in this newly built and consecrated place, for they did not grow weary either of singing hymns or of dancing until they came to the temple. And in this manner did they carry the ark. But when they should transfer it into the most secret places, the rest of the multitude went away.
Yeah, because they can't go in there.
Yeah, the bullies, right?
Yeah, they can't go in there. Listen, the rest of the people couldn't go in the holy place. That's
right.
There's a holy place, and then there's a holy of holies, which they said there's the oracle. They couldn't go in either place.
Right.
That's why there was an outer court that the people could be in. There was an outer court and then there was an inner court. And then later on, Herod made a court of the Gentiles that was outside of the outer court.
Outer court, right?
And that's why Revelation 11 talks about that outer court with the Gentiles. It was just like how Herod's temple was.
He said, don't even judge them, they're without the temple.
That's the point. They weren't supposed to be there in the first place.
Yeah.
Why'd you make the building, Herod? Why'd you make the space farm?
The Edomite.
Exactly.
And they want to sit back here and get included in everything?
Yeah.
They want that inclusive.
They want
to feel important, huh?
Yeah. They want to be grafted in.
They want to be grafted in, huh? It's crazy, that.
By any means necessary.
I built this fancy temple. I made it bigger. I'm more awesome.
I was Jacob's brother.
You know, it's crazy because we was actually having a class just even last night about how, you know, these other nations, they want to insert themselves into our culture, our tradition, because they know what's up. They know
Spiritual Israelites.
Yeah. They know that the blessing was for us, though. You know what I'm saying? Crazy.
They want to be a part of it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's continue.
Come. And only those priests that carried it set it between the two cherubims, which embracing it with their wings. For so they were framed by the artificer. They covered it as under a tent or cupola. Now the ark contained nothing else but those two tables of stone that preserved the 10 commandments, which the Most High spake to Moses in Mount Sinai, and which were engraved upon them. But they set the candlestick and the table and the golden altar in the temple.
So all the golden altar and the candlesticks, they went in the holy place. The ark went into the holiest place. Read on.
So the holy, the commandments were in the holy of holies.
Was in the ark.
No, the commandments were inside the ark.
Okay.
Which was
in the whole, which was in the oracle. Kings and Chronicles says oracle, but Exodus used to call it the holy of holies, which is the holiest place.
So the holy of holies where the ark was at.
Yep, and those cherubims. The holy place is where the priests go in and light the candles and burn the incense and all that stuff, and have the table of showbread. Okay, and then, but then only the high priest can go into the holy of holies once a year, which was that 7th month, which was this period of time. Okay, read on.
In the very same places wherein they stood till that time in the tabernacle. So they offered up the daily sacrifices. But for the brazen altar, Solomon set it before the temple.
That brazen altar, the brazen seat, is all in the inner court, on the east side of the temple. Northeast was the brazen altar. Southeast was the brazen seat. Okay, read on.
Over against the door, that when the door was opened, it might be exposed to sight.
As soon as you open that door, you had stairs, and you saw that altar. Read on.
And the sacred solemnities and the richness of the sacrifices might be thence seen, and all the rest of the vessels they gathered together and put them within the temple.
Now hold that. Now we're going to jump to 1 Kings chapter 8.
Verse 4.
Yeah, we was in verse 4.
No, we're at verse 10. We had read to verse 9.
Oh,
my bad.
Okay. 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 10. And it came to pass, when the priests were come out of the holy place, that the cloud filled the house of the Lord.
Now Chronicles said the cloud came in and the priest got the heck out. 1 Kings said the priest left out and then the cloud came down. I can't tell you which one was which. But what we do know was that when the cloud's presence was there, nobody else really could be there. That's what we do know. Okay? So, we're connecting 1 Kings 8 and 10 with 2 Chronicles chapter 5 and 13. But we also want to make sure, as this is happening, we kind of do a historical lesson and kind of go backwards and see how the Most High set this up in the time of Exodus. It was the same thing. That same cloud came down during the time of the tabernacle, when the tabernacle was being put together, during the time of Moses and Aaron. So hold this, and let's go to Exodus chapter 40, verse 33 through 35. And that dark cloud that you were talking about is the same concept that we had. 33 through 35. Let me get the verse. Yeah, 33 to 35.
Exodus chapter 40, verse 33. And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moses finished the work.
The gate of the court, which is the front entry into the tabernacle area, was set up. The work was done for the tabernacle. Read on.
Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of the Most High filled the tabernacle.
Just like what we just read in 1 Kings 8 about that cloud coming down in the temple.
Yeah.
The cloud came down in the tabernacle first, the same way. Okay, read on.
And Moses was not able to enter into the tent of the congregation, because the cloud abode thereon, and the glory of the Most High filled the tabernacle.
So if we're going to sit back and read what Exodus is explaining about how Moses couldn't enter into the tabernacle, then more than likely, I'm a bet my money on what 1 Kings said, when it said 1 Kings 8 and 10, where it said the priests would come out of the holy place, that the cloud filled the house of the Lord. I'm gonna bet my money on the fact that the priests had to get out of there first before the cloud came in. Because if Moses couldn't be around when the temple was in the tabernacle, you think the regular priest is gonna be? Moses was on a 10,000 times greater level than these priests in 1 Kings chapter 8.
And just to get a glimpse of that presence of the Most High, go to 2 Samuel chapter 22 verse 10, because that makes sense. Because nobody really wants to be in there when the Most High show up anyway.
Most High, listen,
and
hell yeah.
Yeah, I said, read that right there. 2 Samuel 22, start at verse 10.
2 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 10. He bowed the heavens also.
So this is explaining how the Most High makes his entrance. When the Most High makes his entrance upon the scene, he said the heavens bend. That means that the elements bend around him. They move out of the way to make room for the Most High. Read on.
And came down.
I was thinking that's what?
2 Samuel 22 and 10.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Read that.
He bowed the heavens also and came down.
So when the Most High steps on the scene, read on.
And darkness was under his feet.
Everything gets black. And it says everything gets black. Darkness is under his feet. Read on.
And he rode upon a cherub.
That cherub, we also know, is another name for what? Another UFO, unidentified flying object.
Mm-hmm.
Or in Kings we read that it's a cloud. The glory of that cloud.
Yep.
So it has universal names. You read, chariot. You can read the cherub. You can read the cloud.
Yep.
All these are just different names for how what the Most High uses as a mode of transportation. Right. Read on.
And did fly.
And that cloud or that cherub, that winged angel that the Most High rides on, it does fly. Read on.
And he was seen upon the wings of the wind.
Read on.
And he made darkness pavilions round about him.
And this is what I was saying about when the Most High is in the cloud, it's complete darkness. It's complete darkness when the Most High shows up. It says darkness is in his pavilions. Read on. Man, there's different chambers of darkness. You can't even see the Most High through that cloud. Read on.
Dark waters.
Go ahead.
And thick clouds.
It says dark waters. Like you see a storm coming, it's a big old storm coming. I can see it. This ain't no regular storm, man. It's got hurricane winds. It's got tornadoes in it.
What verse are we going to? Is verse 9 or verse what?
We're gonna stop at verse verse 13.
Just want to make sure I put it on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or verse 15. Read on.
Thick clouds of the skies.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Of the skies. Read on.
Through the brightness.
And you see this, not only do you see this dark, thick cloud, but you see this light, real bright light emanating from this dark cloud. Read on. Before
him were coals of fire kindled.
So it looks like there's fire folding in itself under the Most High's feet, under those clouds. So you can't. It's darkness plus you see fire.
You're getting the hell out of that tabernacle. You're getting the hell out of that temple. You don't want no part of that smoke. You don't want no part of that smoke. Literally.
Literally.
You're getting the hell out of there.
Just from the sight of it. Read on.
The Most High thundered from heaven.
Go ahead.
And the Most High uttered his voice.
Read on.
And he sent arrows and scattered them.
So if that's if the Most High is angry, he'll shoot some arrows at you.
But his presence is still ominous either way.
Yeah.
It's just, is he going to mess with you? He going to break you? Or is he just going to go where he going to go and leave? Because it was the same thing when we were at Mount Sinai, when they wanted to see the Heavenly Father. And it was storm and lightning and darkness. And everybody says, you know what? Moses is okay. I'll stick with Moses. Remember that? I'll deal with Moses. It's okay.
He says,
I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, as long as you don't let him talk to you.
Yeah. He said, because it was.
God has spoken wisely.
Exactly. Like, you don't want me. You don't want to go around and circumvent Moses to deal with me. I'm all power. So deal with what you got.
We'll talk to your manager. No, you want to talk about manager?
You want to talk to the boss? You want to talk to the boss?
I'll leave it alone.
The liaison is more than fine with me.
So this just to give you a glimpse of what the scene looks like when the Most High shows up.
Hell yeah!
So nobody wants to be in that place, man.
Brother, and the Josephus is going to explain even more about how this darkness was, man. So let's go to paragraph 2 in the Antiquity of the Jews, book 8, chapter 4, paragraph 2. You see how this is a lot of reading. It takes a long time to get to this situation. But it's all good. Yeah, let's
It also said discomfort.
Heck yeah. So let's get paragraph 2.
It says, now as soon as the priests had put all things in order about the ark.
So once all the priests they put the ark in there, then they brought all the candlesticks and the tables of showbread and the incense and all the items that were there from the original time. You're talking about Moses. What is it? Now everything's ready to go. Read on.
And we're gone out.
They did get out. So it's confirmation from what happened with Moses, what happened here, and in 1 Kings 8. They got out before the cloud came in. Read on.
There came down a thick cloud and stood there and spread itself after a gentle manner into the temple.
Mm-hmm.
Such a cloud, it was as diffused and temperate, not such a rough one as we see full of rain in the winter season.
Mm-hmm.
This cloud so darkened the place that one priest could not discern another.
Damn.
But
so it was gentle, but it was still dark. Okay, you still couldn't see anything. It was a thick cloud of smoke, which means it was thick. You couldn't see anything. Read on.
But also the Most High, it just shows you he was pleased with what they had done.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? The Most High's angry. He sent them lightning bolts at you.
Fire.
Fire
from heaven.
And them burnt coals coming down, like he did on Sodom and Gomorrah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But it just shows you the Most High's temperament is in that vehicle as well.
Come. Read on.
But it afforded to the minds of all the visible image and glorious appearance of the Most High's, having descended into this temple, and of having gladly pitched his tabernacle therein.
So what was the Most High pleased with? Was the Most High pleased that a temple was made in his honor? Does the Most High dwell in temples made with hands? The answer is no. Acts 7:48 tells you that. But what was he pleased with? He was pleased with Israel's alacrity. He was pleased with how there wasn't a resistance in coming together and putting themselves last for the benefit of the Heavenly Father. That's what he was pleased with. You know, we as men are so caught up into the process of getting a job complete and getting something physical and tangible done. But the Most High isn't into the tangible as much as he's into the effort behind the tangible.
That they put into
The mindset behind the tangible work. The alacrity behind the tangible work. How at peace were you in dedicating time and energy and effort towards a goal and a purpose? He's looking more at the effort than the result. But the result is an example of what? The result is an example of what was inside of you and your willingness to do the right thing. What you gonna say about Cain?
And Cain and Abel is one of the perfect examples of that.
Mm-hmm.
They both gave sacrifices, but the Most High judged the spirit that was done in.
Come. It was where your mind was at. How pleased were you in the process of doing it? Was there animosity and bitterness in the process of this work? Or was everybody all hands on deck, happy and pleasant? Whether it was in the time of the tabernacle, when all the men of Israel and the families of Israel gave up willingly to the point there was an overabundance of supplies for the tabernacle. Or you're dealing with this temple time where David gave an entire life up to making sure reserves was ready. Solomon gave monies out of his own pocket. The people sat back here and put the work in. And there was nobody fighting and complaining about it. Nobody was anti the process. That was what the Most High was so pleased with. It was the willing mind. He knows man has limits and capabilities of what they can physically do. But where was your mind at in the whole process? That was what the Most High was happy with when he came down this cloud. So let's continue.
I have a question too about that as well. Was the Most High also pleased and he came down gently because they did it at the right time? Remember
It's the whole process.
The whole year?
But it's the whole process. Okay. It's not just the timing. It's the willingness to do things decently in order across the board. You know, Solomon had all the stones cut away from the temple. He didn't want any type of construction work, hard hat areas over at the temple. Everything was done. All the time and meticulousness that was taken to get stones, and they were even melded together or connected together separately. Walk down a hill, put up and set up structure ones. All the attention to detail. They had that master artificers that put the wood up inside of the stone structure.
The goldsmiths, the silversmiths.
Then you had the brass workers that sat back in this. The goldsmith that made the images that laid perfectly on top of the wood structure inside. Because you had your stone, you had your wood, you had the carving of the wood images that was inside the temple. Then you had to have the gold laid perfectly in conjunction with the wood.
And it said when the sun rose through the windows of the temple, it reflected off the gold, and the whole temple was shining. It was shining, man.
It was a masterpiece.
Yeah.
And everybody gave the best of their spirit to make it work. And that's what the Most High was happy with. The thought. Because alacrity is about the thought. How much thought do you put into doing things? We're all zealous. Oh, we're going to do this. Well, if you really care, how much did you think about it?
A lot of people do things just to get it over with. And that's nobody. Let me just do this to get you out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, that's not the spirit that the Most High wants anything done. I'm just doing it to get it over with. I'm just going through the motions. I can't wait to get home and get to what I want to do.
Yeah.
You know, so that's giving the Most High a subpar effort and a subpar sacrifice, and it's also showing that I'm a me first person.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking out for me first, and that's the spirit that, like David brought out, was in Cain. That spirit in Cain was, let me just agitate this ground. He wasn't patient to let the whatever he was offering as a sacrifice. He agitated the ground to stir the ground, to speed up the process so it can grow faster, so he can get more off the top. So a lot of us would do the same thing. I'm just gonna hurry up and do it just so I can get in, get what I need to get, and get out. You know, nobody want to make love like that either. You know what I'm saying? Even on, I'm just do it just to get over with. You know what I'm saying? Scripture says there's a pleasure that comes with sleep. But when anything is done with care, consideration, Grandma's cooking. Grandma's cooking is not just thrown in the. I'm just gonna cut this up, throw it in the pot. Grandma start cooking at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Grandma start cooking at 3 in the morning and it's done by 7, 8 o'clock. When she say dinner ready, man, you been smelling that through the whole neighborhood. You smell it outside the house. Even your neighbors know there's some good cooking going on in the house. You know what I'm saying? They want to come over. But how much more the Most High wants us to see?
Yeah.
How much more the Most High want to see us put our best effort into what we're doing for Him? That's nobody wants a rush job. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants a rush job and just a quick and just get you out the way, man. That's bad service. Ultimately, and you can see the difference.
Yeah.
You can taste the difference. You can feel the difference. There's a difference. Smell the difference. Right. Nobody wants a rush job, man. And that's what the Most High looks at. Look how much time it took to get the temple together and all the work that was done to get these materials together. Then the intricacies of the detail of the work. Then the efforts, then the amount of money that it took to do it, the amount of wars fought to accumulate it. I mean, it was a multi-year process. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no fast construction. You know what happens when you buy a house? They built it quick. It fall apart quick too.
Yes, it does.
You know what I'm saying?
Even with a foundation, it takes time for the foundation to cure before you can start building on top of it.
Yep. And then you start building too fast, it crumbles, man.
Yeah. The foundation cracks and you can't do nothing with the
building. That's why even to this day, the Wailing Wall that you see in Israel, that Wailing Wall is a portion of of Solomon's temple that still remains until this day. That's how you know that construction was solid, because it still remains to this day. You can go to your grandma's house that you grew up in, and that thing, roof caving in, cracks on the floor, paint chipped off the wall. You know what I'm saying? All kind of leaks.
Before the termites.
Yeah, they're 40 years old, 50 years old, and the house already falling apart.
Particle board.
Yeah, the shingles is missing. Got tarps on the roof with bricks holding the tarp down.
They chose light materials to build on it because they didn't want to wait for the foundation to settle.
Right.
So it wouldn't sink so fast.
Exactly. So it just shows you how the Most High appreciated the dedication, man.
That's funny.
Huh? So now, where are we at? Let me see.
Line 107.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's keep going.
So these men were intent upon this thought, but Solomon rose up, for he had been sitting before, and used such words to the Most High as he thought agreeable to the divine nature to receive.
So he says, so these men were intent upon this thought. So they were sitting back here. Well, he says, but Solomon rose up, for he was sitting before, and used words to the Most High as he thought agreeable to the divine nature to receive and fit for him to give. So the tabernacle, the cloud was still there, and Solomon decided to speak and communicate to the cloud, to the Most High, as the cloud had descended on the temple. Okay? All that, we're going to go into what he said in 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 11.
1 Kings.
Hold on. Oh yeah. I just got to get this real quick. Okay, let's go.
1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 11.
We're gonna read the whole chapter, so this is gonna be a little bit. Okay. We're gonna read to verse 54. Read that.
So that the priest could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Most High had filled the house of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Then spake Solomon, the Most High said that he will dwell in thick darkness.
Yep.
I have surely built thee an house to dwell in.
So it was everybody left, but Solomon was there in the area, speaking to the Most High in the process of this thick darkness being there. The first thing Solomon said, the Most High said he would dwell in thick darkness. Read on.
A settled place for thee to abide in forever. And the king turned his face about and blessed all the congregation of Israel. And all the congregation of Israel stood.
Now listen, it says, I have surely built thee a house to dwell in, a settled place for thee to abide in forever. Now 2 Kings chapter 7 in verse 13, what does it say? It says, I'll read it. Oh, David, can you read it for me?
Yep.
2 Kings chapter 7 verse 13 through 16.
Covered. And one of his servants answered and said.
2 Kings.
I'm
sorry.
You want first Kings?
2 Samuel.
Oh, 2 Samuel.
That was my fault.
2 Samuel.
2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 13 through 16.
2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 13 through 16. He shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever.
Really, to be honest with you, that's all I need. Now, 1 Kings 8 said that Solomon built thee a house to dwell in, a settled place for thee to abide in forever. But don't forget, the Most High just said that the house was going to be built for his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that he would dwell in the house.
And this is when Solomon said this house was built for you to dwell in and abide forever. That's what Solomon's intention was.
Yeah.
But the Most High clearly explained to David that the house was supposed to be for his name.
God.
Okay?
Because the scripture says the heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain the Most High.
Exactly. And this is the thing is a lot of times mankind thinks the Most High is going to be in this physical temple.
Yeah.
We got to understand that the temple was made for who? It's for us. No different than the Sabbath. We're all caught up in the Sabbath. Most of the Sabbath is for y'all, not for me. All these things that are established is for you to keep a consciousness of me. The temple was made so that we can have a place to anchor us, a location to anchor us. But we, in our pride, we think we can do something that can be so great for the Most High, something that He needs. There's nothing we can give Him but our dedication and our loyalty and our humility. And I think a lot of times we miss the boat on that. Solomon was missing the boat. I made this temple for you. Most High said the temple was never. I follow you wherever you go.
Right.
I'm gonna be there for you wherever you go. That was symbolized with the tabernacle. He was fine just being there, fighting our battles for us as long as we stayed in order.
And that was what Joshua was able to do, was have the Most High step in and go before him in battle.
Huh?
You want the Most High in front of you when you go to battle. You don't want him in a building. You want him in front of you out on the battlefield with you. You know, and that's what the Most High had promised. You know, if we did things the right way, that He would go before us and fight our enemies.
Yeah. And that's the point. So the Most High is just trying to get us to understand that this house that was going to be built was going to be in His name only. But if it was going to be in His name, that name was supposed to be that centralizing figure so that everybody can come to Him and serve Him in the right spirit. Not that this house was needed for the Most High to be identified or to be acknowledged. You know what I'm saying? Let's go back to 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 13.
Oh, 13? Okay.
You just wanted verse 13.
Yeah, I didn't want the rest of it. It wasn't no need. So 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 13.
Okay. 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 13. I have surely built thee an house to dwell in, a settled place for thee to abide in forever. And the king turned his face about, and blessed all the congregation of Israel. And all the congregation of Israel stood. And he said, Blessed be the Most High power of Israel, which spake with his mouth unto David my father, and hath with his hand fulfilled it, saying, Since the day that I brought forth my people Israel out of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel to build an house, that my name might be therein. But I chose David to be over my people Israel. And it was in the heart of David my father to build an house for the name of the Most High power of Israel. And the Most High said unto David my father, Whereas it was in thine heart to build an house unto my name, thou didst well that it was in thine heart. Nevertheless, thou shalt not build the house, but thy son that shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build the house unto my name. And the Most High hath performed his word that he spake. And I am risen up in the room of David my father, and sit on the throne of Israel, as the Most High promised. and have built an house for the name of the Most High, power of Israel. And I have set there a place for the ark, wherein is the covenant of the Most High, which he made with our fathers, when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. And Solomon stood before the altar of the Most High in the presence of all the congregation of Israel, and spread forth his hands toward heaven. And he said, the Most High, power of Israel, there is no power like thee in heaven above or on earth beneath, who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants that walk before thee with all their heart, who has kept with thy servant David my father that thou promised him. Thou spakest also with thy mouth, and hast fulfilled it with thine hand, as it is this day. Therefore now the Most High, power of Israel, keep with thy servant David my father that thou promised him, saying, there shall not fail thee a man in my sight to sit on the throne of Israel, so that thy children take heed to their way, that they walk before me as thou hast walked before me. And now, O power of Israel, let thy word, I pray thee, be verified, which thou spakest unto thy servant David my father. But will the Most High indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, the heaven and heaven of heavens cannot contain thee.
Exactly. Read on.
How much less this house that I have built?
And Solomon understood that too. Read on.
One scripture on that too is 2nd Ezra chapter 8 verse 20. You read that in the Apocrypha.
Chapter 7.
2nd Ezra chapter 8 verse 20.
Come. 2nd Ezra chapter 8 and verse 20. O Lord, thou that dwellest in everlastingness.
Ezra said that the Most High dwelleth in what?
Everlastingness.
Meaning there's no space or time that you can measure where the Most High dwells. It can't be measured by human measurements. You know, it can't be. You can't use a ruler. You can't use a kilometer. You can't use a timeline that the Most High dwells in. You can't box in the Most High. He said he lives in everlastingness. Read on.
Come. Which beholdest from above things in the heaven and in the air.
And where the Most High looks at, where his vantage point is, he said he can check out the heavens below him and the earth. Read on.
Whose throne is inestimable.
Inestimable, meaning you cannot measure, you cannot house the Most High. You can't estimate his throne. It cannot. There's no ruler or form of measurement you could use to judge the Most High's dwelling place.
Can't put him in no box.
Can't put him in a box. Can't put him in a house. Can't put him in a building. He said his throne is inestimable, meaning it cannot be measured. Read on.
Whose glory may not be comprehended.
It says you can't even comprehend, even with your imagination, where the Most High dwells. Read on.
Before whom the hosts of angels stand with trembling.
And he said that, and before the Most High's throne is a multitude of angels standing trembling, ready to do his service. So he's showing you that where the Most High dwells, no little building structure, wood, stone, concrete, marble, whatever we use for building materials cannot house the Most High. He cannot be housed. He can't be conformed. So we're just giving an example of the expansiveness of the Most High's throne and where we are versus where we are. So that's just an example of the Most High. What Solomon does understand is that the Most High can't dwell in no temple made with hands. That's why he says the Most High. But will the Most High indeed dwell on the earth? That's why he asked that question. Will the Most High choose to make his house on earth? Not really. Read on. Go back to First King.
Earth is his footstool.
The earth is his footstool. It's not his dwelling place. Go back to 1 Kings chapter 8 verse 27.
But will the Most High indeed dwell on the earth?
That's why he asked that question. Will the Most High indeed dwell on earth? We know the answer to that is no. The Most High is not going to dwell, make his abode on earth as his dwelling place. Read on.
It says, behold, the heaven and heaven of heavens cannot contain thee. How much less this house that I have builded?
Right. So where the Most High dwells at, not even the heavens that we see above our eyes cannot contain the Most High. You know, they're using telescopes as often as they can. They're building $10 billion telescopes. You know what I'm saying?
What these looking for?
Yeah.
They're looking for us a lot of money.
You know what they're doing? I'm gonna say that's perverted. Because you know why? Because when you're peering through a telescope, you're trying to see the origin of time. You're trying to look through the Most High's window. You're trying to see where the Most High sits. You're trying to look for the beginning of time. I'm looking for other earths, other places that are habitable. I'm trying to bypass the Most High and just and see if there's new materials, a new dwelling place that we can inhabit and we can conquer, and we can bypass the Most High. Man, that's a perverted spirit anyway to do that. To try to get a $10 billion telescope. People starving on Earth, people hungry on Earth, but you got a $10 billion telescope that you're not even sure if it's going to work. You got a battery life that could only go maybe 10, 20 years, and then you're looking for something. You're looking for something outside of the Earth. They're really just peeping in the Most High's window. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's wrong about it. But anyway, they're not going to find. They're finding out there's new galaxies, new stars, new star formations. There's new planets. They can't even reach the edge of space, even with their best devices, to let alone be able to know where the Most High sits and where the Most High dwells. And a lot of these people also are atheists as well. A lot of these astronomers are atheists. They don't believe in the power. They believe in theories, and they believe in big bangs and evolution.
You know what's crazy too?
Anti the Most High.
These be the same ones that say that the stars, the sun, and the moon is million miles away, not knowing that it's already in our atmosphere. So it's like they're just believing contrary, you know what I'm saying, doctrine already. But then, you know, they think that they have the capability of knowing where all these other planets are. That don't make no sense. That's crazy.
It's crazy. That's why he said the throne of the Most High is inestimable. You can't measure. It cannot be measured. You can read on in 28.
Come. Yet have thou respect unto the prayer of thy servant and to his supplication.
So he says, with all of Most High. Oh, I'm sorry. You're in.
We're back
Kings
in
now.
First Kings chapter 8.
So with all the Most High's power and majesty, he still respects our humility, our supplication, our service, and our prayer. Yep. And this is why the Most High respects the effort that Solomon and all the people that was used to get to this point. This is why the Most High was happy. With all that power and majesty he has, he's still looking at our prayer and our supplication, our humility, how sincere we are in our work towards him. Okay, it's not about the building. It was about the sincerity in the work, the passion and the dedication every day in consciousness of him, and the Most High acknowledges that.
And you know, it still goes back to Deuteronomy 28 and 45. Read that real quick.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 45.
Just the first part of it. Go ahead.
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee.
Go ahead.
Till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy power.
And jump down to verse 47.
Verse 47. Because thou servest not the Lord thy power.
And this is what the Most High is saying. I'm gonna let your enemies deal with you. I'm gonna let your enemies pick out your living quarters in the city, which we know today is called the ghetto. I'm gonna let them build your houses. I'm gonna let them give you water, which we know Flint water is contaminated with lead and arsenic and poison. I'm gonna let your enemies build chemical plants next to your dwelling places, because your neighborhood is a low cost of living and it has low value. So I'm gonna put this nuclear power plant right next to your community. And I'm going to push these drugs and guns in your community. I'm going to decide how you live and where you live. He says, because you do what?
Because thou servest not the Lord thy power with joyfulness.
All the Most High wants to see is, do you do the work of the Most High with what?
Joyfulness.
And what else?
And with gladness of heart.
And this is what the Most High is expecting us. Now, what we're seeing with Solomon is an example of when we serve the Most High with joyfulness and with gladness of heart. You get his presence, and in return for gaining the Most High's presence, you get your prayers answered, and you get your supplications answered. A supplication is nothing more than a request. If you have a request or a favor that you're asking from the Most High will acknowledge that supplication. He'll acknowledge that request. So that's the beauty of having the Most High's presence. You get your prayers answered. But you're only getting your prayers answered, and you're only getting those supplications answered when you serve the Most High with joyfulness and with what?
Gladness of heart.
Gladness of heart. And David was a reflection of that, who danced before the Most High. Solomon is an example of that, who gave thousands upon thousands of sacrifices to the Most High. Both of these men were a reflection of serving the Most High with joyfulness and gladness of heart. Right? You can let that go.
So let's continue. Go over to verse 29. I think we're at 29 now.
No, we didn't
We're
finish
still 28.
Okay, keep going then.
1 Kings chapter 8, verse 28. Yet have thou respect unto the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplication, O Lord, my power, to hearken unto the cry, and to the prayer which thy servant prayeth before thee today, that thine eyes may be open toward this house night and day, even toward the place which thou hast said, my name shall be there, that thou mayest hearken unto the prayer which thy servant shall make toward this place. And hearken thou to the supplication of thy servant and of thy people Israel, when thou shalt pray toward this place, and hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and when thou hearest, forgive. If any man trespass against his neighbor, and an oath be laid upon him to cause him to swear, and the oath come before thine altar in this house, then hear thou in heaven, and do, and judge thy servants, condemning the wicked, to bring his way upon his head, and justifying the righteous, to give him according to his righteousness. When thy people Israel be smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and shall turn again to thee, and confess thy name, and pray, and make supplication unto thee in this house. Then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them again into the land which thou gavest unto their fathers.
Well, this is a prayer that Solomon is explaining. I'm going to look up this supplication in 1828. Because it talks about when a person sins, and they confess, and they pray, and they make supplication. This is like the second time we read it in the last few verses. So I'm going to read some supplication in the 1828. Entreaty, humble and earnest prayer and worship, in all other supplications to the Father of mercies. And then it goes into petition, earnest request. So when we're sitting back here and we do make our mistakes, the Most High is trying to see how earnest and sincere we are in making things right. This is what he's looking at. He's praying to the Most High and saying, when our people fall, when we make mistakes, if we're earnest and sincere about making things right, acknowledge him and give him a shot. Continue to give us the opportunity to make things right if we're sincere about making things right. Okay? Continue. Leave me verse 34 again.
1 Kings chapter 8, verse 34. Then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them again into the land which thou gavest unto their fathers, when heaven is shut up, and there is no rain, because they have sinned against thee. If they pray toward this place, and confess thy name, and turn from their sin, when thou afflictest them, then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy servants, and thy people Israel, that thou teach them the good way wherein they should walk, and give rain upon thy land, which thou hast given to thy people for an inheritance.
This is a reminder about what the sanctuary, the temple, was for in the first place. It was a reminder about how to get back to the Most High. It was that reminder and that beacon for everybody to sit back here and come back to the Heavenly Father in case we did go off, in case we did get weak. It was a reminder to sit back here. Where is your power source? Where is Israel's power source? It is the temple. But the temple was the power source because it was a reminder about putting the Most High first. Israel, you read all throughout the scriptures, the Most High left us a book of what? Remembrance. Because our issues and our tendencies is to forget the Most High. We tend to forget how on point we have to be, the seriousness of being humble and being on top of our spirit. And school, class, whether it was the temple back in the day and the sacrificing of animals, or it's the constant class we have in front of us, they're all reminders that were needed to keep us tethered towards the Heavenly Father, to keep us connected towards pleasing the Most High. This was really important. It always has been important. It's not about a house made with names that the Most High is going to enter or dwell in. It was about the need of the temple and the school and the church to keep as that beacon and that anchoring for us.
Yeah, you know, Isaiah says the ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib, but Israel doth not know. You know, our people don't know where to go in order to petition the Most High to get it back on our side.
That we don't know the place. We choose not to figure out the steps that we have to do.
Right.
The mindset we have to get back anchored to Him. But this was the intention behind the temple in the first place.
Well,
Okay.
it's not until usually we hit rock bottom, then we get in hot pursuit of the Father.
Hot pursuit.
You know, where's the Most High at? You know, I just talked to a brother the other day. He said, I know there's a power. He said, but I grew up in church, but I kind of don't believe anymore because I was praying. I went to church, and the pastors couldn't give me answers, and they couldn't give me solutions when I needed it the most. You know, and they just told me be patient and wait on the Lord. He said, but I needed more than that. And so what it's showing is that our people do need more. They need more understanding than just what the basic, you know, just pray about it. You know, but they don't understand that there's a process to everything. There's a way to pray. There's a way to come to the Most High. There's a way to get healed. There's a way to get the Most High on your side. There's a step-by-step process. First you got to, like it says, cleanse your hands from all sin. It says, you know, when you look at even in Ecclesiastes 38, there's a method to getting the Most High's healing. There's a method to getting the Most High's presence. There's a method of getting the Most High to open up His ears to you. You know, there's some humbling involved. He says the Most High desired not sacrifice, else would I give it. He said the sacrifice of the Most High are a broken and contrite heart. So he said the Most High will not despise. So that broken and contrite heart, these are things that our people need to have in order to understand that this is how you gain the Most High's attention. But if you're just telling people just keep giving your tithe money, but you're not giving them the steps to get the Most High on their side, you're leading them astray. And for that reason, a lot of people don't believe in the Most High anymore. So it's necessary to have a place where believers can go, and so they can know how to get the Most High back on my side. And how do I get my faith built up in the Most High? So I don't have to give up hope, because the hope and faith of our people are fragile, very fragile, and they need the Most High, but they're so quick to say, well, you know, I tried, He didn't answer, so I got to go somewhere else. Yeah, I got to create my own lane, or just go. I'm just going to be a spiritual person. I'm just going to be a spiritual being, for whatever that means. I'm just going to be spiritual, but they don't know what it takes to get the Most High on their side, and so a lot of our people go astray. And that's what Solomon is praying for. When our people do go astray, you know, let this be a place that they can petition and make a sacrifice for you to gain your presence again. And that's what our people really, really need, man. That's why this place is necessary. You know, a place where people can humble down and say, you know what am I doing wrong? Where have I made a mistake? How have I gone astray from the Most High? And what will it take? It says, the scriptures say, it was in your mind to go astray. It says, therefore seek Him and return 10 times more. So now I got to do 10 times the effort to go contrary to my mistake that I made in order to get the Most High back on my side. But our people need to hear this, and they need to have the methods of doing this. And then Solomon is acknowledging how important it is for our people to have a place to go to petition the Father, and to make an earnest request, an earnest prayer.
Let's continue.
1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 37. If there be in the land famine, if there be pestilence, blasting, mildew, locusts, or if there be caterpillar, if their enemy besiege them in the land of their cities, whatsoever plague, whatsoever sickness there be.
Don't forget, all the nation was here listening to this. All the nation had followed and come together at this time to this speech. So this was a reminder and a petition to them. When things are going bad in all your provinces and all your cities and all your lands, where to go back to, where to come to. Read on.
What prayer and supplication soever be made by any man, or by all thy people Israel, which shall know every man the plague of his own heart, and spread forth his hands toward this house, then hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and forgive, and do, and give to every man according to his ways, whose heart thou knowest. For thou, even thou only, knowest the hearts of all the children of men, that they may fear thee in all the days that they live in the land which thou gavest unto their fathers.
But also he's saying that they got to pray and ask this prayer towards this house. And this is why we pray to the east. Yeah. For anybody that doesn't know, it's not a Muslim thing. It's not an Islamic thing to pray towards the east.
That's how it seemed though when I was
right.
Oh, this is an Arab type of custom.
Right.
They got it from us.
But they got it from us. They understand, because Solomon, even the Muslims were praying to the temple that Solomon built, up until Muhammad had made Mecca the new temple, and then once he repositioned Mecca as being the place of worship, then they started praying towards Mecca. Well, Mecca's in the east too, but we pray to the east not for Mecca. We pray to the east because this is what Solomon laid down in the building of his temple, and this is where he had this prayer at, that if we pray towards that temple, that's that direction, and that the Most High would be willing to hear our prayer. That's why we pray to the east. It's not a Muslim thing. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get that from them. You know what I'm saying? Just so it be known for anybody wonders why we stand and face Jerusalem.
God.
We don't stand and face Mecca. All right?
In Islam, they were going to Jerusalem first.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they were offended. They went to their little Mecca land.
They were offended because the Jews didn't accept that new teaching of Islam.
It's like, take this Arabic stuff off, man. You embarrassing us.
You embarrassing
us. Sit it over here, but nobody wants to hear that crap.
Yeah. That's fact.
God, so let's keep. I'm sorry.
The audacity is though, they want you to change everything. The nations have an expectation that you're supposed to change everything you're doing because they came up with an idea. He started up a new philosophy. Everything got to change. Arabs got a new religion. We got to change everything we're doing. That ain't the case, bro.
Yep. But the funny thing is, they never were the creator of anything. They never created anything original. They've been plagiarized from the beginning of time. Ishmael too. Ishmael plagiarized their belief off of us. The Greeks plagiarized their beliefs off of the Greeks. They're not the Greeks, but the Babylonians and the Egyptians, and with a little bit of sprinkle of our stuff. That's where they got their concepts from. All these guys are all these concepts these things come up with are plagiarized versions of other people's belief systems. But let's keep going.
Verse 41. Moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people Israel, but cometh out of a far country for thy name's sake.
What he's saying is that there were people, listen, there were always strangers attaching themselves to our people. From the time of Egypt. There was a mixed multitude that left Egypt with us. These were strangers that were attached to our nation. There are strangers that were attached to our nation in Jerusalem, and there's going to be strangers attached to our nation at the end times. There's always been other nations trying to attach themselves to our people, from the time of the beginning to the end. Read on. So there has to be a way to deal with them. Read on. And to manage them. Read on.
Verse 42. For they shall hear of thy great name, and of thy strong hand, and of thy stretched out arm, when he shall come and pray toward this house. Hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth to thee for, that all people of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, as do thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house which I have builded, is called by thy name.
And this is why Solomon sat back here and showed the nations the Bible. And he showed the nations his wisdom. He tells you that. I think 2 weeks ago it explained how Solomon was teaching the people and explaining to the nations about the Heavenly Father. He said, don't be shy to teach the rest of the world who we are, because there's something to be ashamed of. Because the crazy thing is, at the end, when you read in Zechariah, there's a nation and kingdom that doesn't follow you shall what? Shall perish. Remember that one? Let's go there real quick. We gotta make sure I wait a minute. Nation, kingdom. I can't get it off the top of my head. I know it's in Zechariah. The nation and kingdom that shall not perish, that shall not serve thee.
Isaiah 60 and 12. Can you read that?
Isaiah 16:12.
60, right?
Yeah, 60 and 12.
Come.
I got it.
Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 12.
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish.
But he said, well, read verse 11.
Come.
The whole chapter.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it. No, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But 60 and 61 tells you about how all the resources of the Gentiles are going to be coming to us.
Yeah. It says verse 11 too.
Mm-hmm.
Come.
Read verse 11 and 12. Read that.
Come.
Verse 10.
Come.
Mm-hmm.
9. Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls.
Listen, the nations have always been around us. The nations are going to sit back here and help us with our rebuild. It's like we help the nations with their building of their empires.
It's only fair.
This is how it's always been.
Yeah.
But it behooves the nations to be taught also. That's the whole point.
So they could be better servants.
I don't understand why Israel runs from this topic. What's wrong with teaching the nations if they ask about who they are?
They can't serve us otherwise.
They're not going to be able to serve us unless they're properly educated.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we sitting back here losing our minds on that concept? The nations are going to be with us in the process of the building of this kingdom.
Yeah.
You ever see Mandingo, that movie? I will never forget this little black kid. This dude had bad feet, and the only way to solve this guy's bad feet issue is to put his feet on this little Judite kid's belly out. And then he had this gross, nasty, crusty feet out, and he was putting it on his. And then the black kid's job all day was laying his back. This white man could put his feet in his belly out. And it was a reminder that this slave master had the nation, had Israel all around him all damn day long. Do you think it's going to be any different? The nation is going to be building up our walls. We're going to be dealing with servants all across the board.
You know why? Because if they don't have a power to fear in, then what would make them want to serve you and just say, "This, what the hell am I doing this for?" Just kill themselves or kill you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just like what our enemy did to us here in America was to give us bits and pieces of the Bible.
True.
To keep us in a form of worship, to keep us in a form of servitude. Because what else was able to keep us and subdue us as a method of restraining us from insurrection and restraining us from saying F it all and I'm just going to get rid of this man. So they had to give us something greater than themselves to fear in order for us to follow. And they gave us bits and pieces of the Bible of what it means to follow and being a good servant. Because one day you're going to get in the kingdom, you're going to be a good servant, and you're going to get a chance to be free when you get to heaven.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? But for the meantime, I need 50 bales of tobacco. I need 50 bales. I need this tobacco going.
Yeah.
Because we got to make a shipment out to England.
This is what Solomon was doing the whole time.
Yeah.
He was having these nations working for him, supplying this. All those in order to keep this kingdom running. Listen, Syria was dropping bread and resources. What do you think kingdom building is about? It is the using of other nations' supply for the benefit of the nation.
Yeah.
How do you think Britain got so potent during the 1700s and 1800s? It was the exploitation of all the natural resources of China, Africa, Southeast Asia,
Yeah, Taiwan,
all the countries,
China,
the Silk Roads,
India.
all of it. India, it was the utilization and the management of all of those resources and managing those countries, so that the nation of Britain can benefit. The scripture, no, not the scripture, but the history says the sun won't shine
Or never
It
said.
never
never set
sets.
over the British Empire. They had a stronghold over the entire world.
Even in America.
But that's how you kingdom build. Listen, we can talk about the atrocities of the so-called white man all damn day long. The fact remains, it was their time to dominate. From 1492, when Esau got back into power, and they started going back in the spirit of colonizing and
killing,
taking.
murder.
But you know why? You know why they had to take and dominate? One, they didn't have a lot to use and benefit in their own home country. They just took it too far. They needed resources to survive.
They were inhumane in how they dealt with, and that's the Obadiah.
They were inhumane about how they got resources, but they needed resources. So they ended up having to go to the Americas. They ended up sitting back here, going to Africa, going to the East.
They could have did a fair trade deal with them. But you know what they want to do? Let's exploit every stitch of land, every drop of resources.
I was going to say this. No, you're right. Portugal, before Spain went bananas crazy with Columbus and them over in the Americas, Portugal was working their trade down in Africa and down with the Ottoman Turks and down in the East. They had a structured trade scenario. But the Spanish realized, I can go over here in the Americas and take all this shit and cut out the middleman and not have to pay anything. We can just get land and control and power up on the West.
Exactly.
And while Portugal is sitting back here coming up a little bit, but we can sit back here and be a world power. That's how Spain became the world power over the Portuguese. The Portuguese were paying for their deals and they were doing decent business with structured, civilized countries. Spain went and just stole kingdoms. Point is this. We're still dealing with empire building. And you didn't want empire building. Hey, you sit back here, your military might, your structure is going to sit back. Other nations are going to benefit the larger group. Now, how you deal with these people will determine what type of a rulership you are. But the kingdom building process is never going to change. What made Solomon great was how he managed the world, how he managed the nations, how fair he was in his expectation. And he didn't cripple these kingdoms that were giving him constant supply.
And the exchange he got was, okay, we'll give you food or information.
Or you know what? We're going to help protect your kingdom. We won't sit back here and send warriors over here and take you out. You will be, what do they call it? I said liaison earlier, but vassals.
Okay.
The concept of a vassal state has been going on since the beginning of time. There are other countries that support the greater country for the sustenance of the greater country, and in return, those vassals are protected by the greater country. This kingdom building concept has been along from the beginning. Hold that real quick. I want to jump to Zechariah. Well, matter of fact, finish your verse in Isaiah, and I want to go to Zechariah real quick after that. I know Shamshwan got something he want to bring up.
Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee.
So the nations are going to help build our kingdom coming up down the line. Read on.
Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought.
This is talking about just a geopolitical shift of power. Israel is going to be the power source, and it's going to constantly be buying and selling and communing with the nations. That's never changing.
Now, can I make a point?
The nations are going to be serving. They're going to be bringing their surplus to our nation for our supply. Just like our surplus has been given to the nations for their supply. What you going to say?
I just want to make a point. And Israel has to look at the Bible from a practical perspective.
But that's why I say national.
We look at this, sometimes we look at this from a religious or a cartoon perspective where just everybody's magically in order. Everybody wants to do good things. There's going to be consequences, repercussions for not doing those good things. Remember, we read in the beginning class about what? There was the white horse, which was the time period dealing with the righteousness was the dominant society. The dominant influence and dynamic of the society was righteousness. And there was peak periods of negative. Now, when we get in our kingdom, it's going to go back to that old way. We're going back to the old way. In this time period, we're trying to push little elements and time periods and pieces of righteousness. We're trying to fit in much as possible. But the dominant force, the dominant factor is negative. So both societies function on some premise. You're going to function on righteousness. You're going to focus on wickedness. What is the righteous authority figures?
And the whole world is going to follow and adhere to that process. Because even the funny thing is, even before we completely fell, the Babylonians and the Persians were okay with us following our beliefs.
Huh?
They wanted to sit back here totally trying to destroy our culture and way of life and way of looking at things.
They didn't care about that.
Now,
No?
even the Romans didn't care about that. The Romans were okay with us keeping our belief system, keeping our laws. Just pay us our bread.
Tax.
We don't gotta give us our tax, give us our money, so we can keep this war machine going.
Exactly.
You want to have your beliefs, you keep your beliefs. Now, when death and hell came in the end, that's when they sat back here sort of trying to change beliefs, political beliefs, religious beliefs, to sit back and lock into the operating machine of America or communism or democracy. That's when the mentality change came in. But before it was like, you believe in your God? Cool. Stay there, pay us tribute, and we'll go on with our life. It was a different caliber of kingdom. And when everything comes back into order, it's going to be different. It's going to be, you're going to all serve the Most High in Christ. And if not, there's going to be repercussions, which is going to be talked about in Zechariah. Finish your verse in 12, though.
Come. Isaiah chapter 16, verse 12. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish.
The nation and kingdom that doesn't serve Israel at the end is going to die. Read on.
Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
Now let's go to Zechariah chapter 14.
What was the first verse in Isaiah 60? Was it 9 or 10?
It was verse 10.
It was 10.
10 to 12.
The water.
Come.
Give me
Zechariah.
Zechariah chapter 14, verse 16. That's the quickest way we can go to it.
Come.
16.
Zechariah chapter 14 and verse 16. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up for year to year to worship the king.
Listen, all the nations that had a problem with Israel, all the nations that stifled Israel, is going to be going year to year to do what? To sit back and worship Christ. The whole world's going to be under Christ's jurisdiction. Okay, read on.
The Lord of hosts, and to keep the feast of tabernacles.
They're going to be following the Feast of Tabernacles.
Ain't that something?
How about them apples? That means year to year you get, it's not just the Feast of Tabernacles. They're going to be doing the Day of Atonement. How about that?
Why are we doing this? Oh, because the Hebrews, the Israelites,
This is a national holiday of the entire world.
for their nation. And we're going to
So all the nations are going to be serving the Most High and following the law, statute, commandments.
And I can't-
Because if I got to go to the Feast of Tabernacles, I got to go to Memorial blowing the trumpets. I got to also go deal with the Day of Atonement.
Listen.
Which means, oh, by the way, I got to follow laws. Because why am I going to sit back here and do the Day of Atonement if I haven't sinned to sit back and confess our sins?
It's already happening, bro. Listen, I see online, bro. This guy, right? I actually like this guy. He's an Edomite dude. His eyes are kind of crazy. He's a red. He looks like a leprechaun a little bit. He has like this red. He looks like a leprechaun. But he's a good dude.
Are you talking about
I love
The
this
evil
dude, bro.
leprechaun in the black movies like, or like the Lucky Charms.
He looks like Irish, the fighting Irish with the little.
Okay, there you go. There
That
you go.
guy?
Fighting Irish, Notre Dame.
Yeah, he looks.
Put him up. Put him up.
He
Okay.
looks like like Conor McGregor's like older brother, right?
Man, those are very derogatory statements.
Yeah, I know.
That you're making about the Irish people act.
But listen. But he's a cool guy. I respect him 100%.
Okay, God.
He has something online called Goyim Radio.
Okay.
It's called Goyim Radio. He gives a message. He says, nations, Gentiles, all you non-Israelite nations, you better stop getting in front of these black people, these Latinos, Mexican, Native Americans. You better stop offending them. You better stop interrupting them. You better stop dissembling and trying to stop their progression as a nation. The God, the Bible, the Most High God, He's with the Israelites, and they're the primary nation to follow, and we are to be their servants. Yep. This is for real. I'm like, it blew me away. He said, and you may have
a lot of likes, a lot of hearts in the middle of the live show.
Some people don't like what he's saying, and then other Israelites are attacking him. But the dude's on point. He's saying, listen, we're not to get in their way, and we are to serve them if we want to be in the kingdom.
Why is this real tripping on that?
Because it's just overboard. And it's our job is to serve them and give them whatever need they have, and to supply their want. And he's telling them to get. He's
this little trendsetter, man.
He's telling the Gentiles.
He's a couple decades ahead of the time. Right?
He's telling the Gentiles to get in order.
Yeah.
And like he's dropping scriptures. He's teaching class to the best of his ability.
Yeah.
And he's celebrating the holidays. Listen, he accepts 100% that he is a servant of the Israelite nation. It's going to be the Most High Christ, the angels, or Most High Christ, the prophets, angels, in the Israelite nation, and we are to serve them. And that's what this is going to be. That's what he pushes. That's what he teaches. He has his own following. But that's pretty on point.
It's pretty accurate.
That's as close. Listen, this guy's been going for a good 5 years. From I saw him 5 years ago. He's still going probably.
Yeah.
But they want to follow. They're going to follow. It's like they did hip hop. It's like they did music. It's like they did culture, dancing. Everything we do as a nation, they emulate anyway.
Yeah.
So why would they not follow us in righteousness?
Yeah.
We want everybody to follow us negative.
Yeah.
You got white people being Crips and Bloods now. Asian Crips. What's going on, huh?
Yeah.
They're in California game banging out.
Yeah. It's all true.
So we need to sit here and keep focusing on doing things the right way, and they're going to follow. But we need to be the managerial class. Because we're under their managerial class.
Now, we're just going to be a more humane set of leaders, like Solomon was. Let's keep going in verse 17.
Come. Zechariah chapter 14 and verse 17. And it shall be that whoso will not come up of all the families of the earth unto Jerusalem to worship the King.
So if the nation that don't want to serve the Most High, the nation that don't want to adhere to the following of the law of the Most High, because it's not just to this gathering, it's the nation that don't want to serve the Heavenly Father.
Yep.
And don't want to lock into the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High, then what happens?
The Lord of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain.
Then he'll sit back here and create a scenario where they can't sustain themselves. He's still letting you know the nations are going to be able to stay in their own land and live their own life. They're just going to have to be tributes to Israel, like we've been the whole time. But we just were done even worse than in a humane society would be. At least listen. If the nations would have just gave us our own land and our own provinces, this wouldn't even be that damn bad.
It wouldn't be a problem.
But we're sitting back and they got us in the belly of the beast, breaking us and exploiting us day in and day out. But in a real organized government, a people will have their own land and just pay tribute. But read on.
Come. And if the family of Egypt go not up and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague, wherewith the Most High will smite the heathen that come not up to keep the feast of tabernacles.
So a plague's coming if you're not following the laws of the Most High as a nation. Point is this: that's how the geopolitical situation is going to be. It ain't going to be just everybody's dead and everybody. It ain't going to be that way. It don't got to be that way. If you don't serve the Most High, guess what? Your whole land's going to fall apart. You're not going to be able to eat.
Yeah.
So either you're going to serve the Most High, or your life's going to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kingdom. And by the way, as we're building our kingdoms up, y'all want to be the ones that putting the work in, like in Solomon's time.
You get
All the manual labor guys,
Yep.
it's just a shift of industry.
Yep.
The jobs that require hard labor and breaking your back is not going to be the black man. I remember on this radio show a long time ago, this Judite guy said, all the black man can give to society is sweat.
Yeah.
It's going to be reversed. The nation's going to be sweating.
Yeah.
And we're going to be the ones running and orchestrating and setting up the kingdom and being in positions of power. And we're going to teach our children to lead the nations and to maintain this power structure.
And that was our job from the beginning in the first place.
And we just screwed the pooch because we didn't want to serve the Most High.
Yeah.
But now the nation's going to go back to their menial jobs, serving us and providing and pushing their work towards the nation state of Israel.
You know, you know it's not our kingdom when, even when you look at World War II, when we went to war with Germany, the German soldiers that were captured, that gave themselves up, that forfeited themselves to the American forces, they actually were able to eat in the mess halls.
That's crazy, bro.
With the other, these were the enemy. They were eating.
Heil Hitler.
Yeah, Hail Hitler. You know what I'm saying?
Heil Hitler. The niggas couldn't be there.
But the niggas in the back, the cooks that had to cook the food for these white enemies, these German enemies, they couldn't be in the mess halls with the white soldiers. But the enemy could be.
We were treated worse than the enemy.
That's the point. We was treated worse than the damn enemy we was fighting.
Crazy, huh?
And if the white boys wasn't dying like that, we wouldn't even had black force. Remember, black forces were only allowed to be cooks in the mess hall.
Yeah.
They had to be on detail on laundry.
Yeah.
They were doing laundry. They were cleaning. They weren't allowed. You read about Dory Miller during World War II. Dory Miller was a cook in a sinking ship that the gunner on top of the ship got blown up, so he jumped up out the kitchen and jumped on the gun and shot some Japanese bombers down.
That's crazy.
Otherwise, he wasn't even supposed to be on that gun.
That's a brother?
Yeah, it's a brother. He's supposed to be in that kitchen cooking.
You must be cooking.
That's crazy.
But you're on a sinking ship. So, but you know, you hear about these heroic exploits, but initially he wasn't supposed to be on that gun. He wasn't allowed in that gun. Just like he wasn't allowed to be the pilots, and until Red Tails, till the black forces were shooting down German enemy forces and suffered no casualties, no losses when the Red Tails were guarding those bombers. You know what I'm saying? But then we were allowed. Then you read about the Harlem Freedom Fighters that during World War II, Harlem Hellfighters, what they called them. These were a group of black soldiers that they weren't even allowed with the American troops. They had to go be a part of the French unit in order to fight in World War II.
That's crazy.
And then
the Frenchies, huh?
they had to go be a part of a French battalion and to fight against the Germans because they weren't even allowed to be with the American troops.
Even though we benefited the American troops.
Right.
And on the American side.
Man, you read about these brothers. Was taking bullets and killing Germans left and right, and the Germans ran from these brothers. Just read about it. But we weren't. They weren't giving us guns.
And it just wasn't our time.
It
was
wasn't
our time to serve, and we had to sit back and deal with the terms of our servitude. And it's just the roles are going to reverse, and the nations are going to deal with the terms of their servitude.
Yeah.
There's going to be any emotion behind it. This is just what it is.
Angry black man.
No, like listen, most hit us because we were negative. And when we was in the care of the nations, some white man sat back here and over abused his power.
Yep.
And over exploited us.
Took it to another level.
Took it to another level because he
could.
And you know what? And that's just how it is sometimes.
Make laws to put us in prison faster than anybody else in the country.
Yeah.
Although they commit the same crimes we commit.
Yeah.
But they don't get the extended prison sentences.
They don't.
They don't get the slap on the wrist. You're just gonna get 5 years probation.
Oh, he had mental problems. He had clinical depression.
A damn school shooter could survive.
Yeah.
And live to tell the story.
Yeah.
But a black man get pulled over for a busted tail light, he never get to tell the story.
If I'm not mistaken, that guy that shooter that shot up a black church on the east.
Dylan Roof.
Yeah, I think they took him to Burger King or something afterwards. They gave him a meal lot. Then they took him to Burger King before they took him to jail lot.
Yeah.
Listen, that happens all the time. Not for no nigga though. Listen, you might not make it to jail. There's a good chance you're gonna get shot on sight.
You might be dead on arrival.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's
and our women too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just the men, the women. I mean, they're bicycling went on camera now. They're going hard on Ayashas now. There's no mercy to these people. Older, no matter older.
That's how you know they're taking it too far, bro. But you know, we did our time though. We did our slavery time.
And it's gonna be theirs. And it's gonna be okay. They might not like it. It's gonna be okay though. It's gonna be alright.
They got the cat of 9 tails. I'm gonna have a cat of 12 tails. One for every tribe. One for each tribe.
Yeah, a little symbol.
This for Judah. Yeah, this for Benjamin. This for Levi. This for Simeon. This for Zebulon. This for Ephraim.
It's gonna be lawful though, but it's gonna be a lawful setup for the kingdom. It's gonna be fair.
This is for Dan. That's not fair.
Dan isn't done away with. Sorry. Oh my goodness. So read verse 19, man. Read verse 19.
Zechariah chapter 14, verse 19. This shall be the punishment of Egypt, and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the feast of tabernacles.
So it's going to be the punishment of all the nations that if they don't serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart.
Just like us, the Most High is consistent. The Most High doesn't change. He's the same power. Just a different time period.
Because even the whole concept about the peace in Isaiah, about how the nations are going to beat their swords and the plowshares. You know what? That's just, man, you're going to give them your weapons, man. You're going to serve, right? All that military that you were trying to use to destroy and control the earth, you're going to trade that in for some shovels, bro.
Yeah.
You got some shovels and some holes and you got hard work ahead of you. That's going to be your life. That's it. You're switching to a farmer. You're going to be Farmer John, huh? I don't know. West Coast, they know about that. This meat processing place. But you're going to be Farmer John. You're going to out here working these fields. You ain't got to sit back and make world machines or war machines or weapons of mass destruction. No, you're going to be out here in these fields sweating. Anyway, but keep going.
Fight those coyotes out. Make sure they
You're going to know about live. You're going to learn about livestock farming, yams. You're going to learn about all that stuff.
There's the mosquitoes out there. Mosquitoes going to be out there.
Cotton. You're going to understand how to properly grip the cotton.
I'm gonna give you gloves for your cotton seed.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Be fair with it, you know.
And we're gonna have a weight system. How much cotton you gonna need per day, man? You have a quota, and that's life, huh?
That's gonna be a beautiful day. I saw a video. Can't keep running away. The video out. It's one of the most beautiful videos in the history of hip hop.
It was.
You see brothers out there, slave masters out, and the slaves out there
drinking lemonade.
Yeah, drinking lemonade out. Everybody's out there in the fields out. Yeah. That's like the closest thing we're gonna get to seeing our kingdom in this time period.
Yeah. All facts. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 20. In that day shall there be upon the bells of the horses holiness unto the Most High, and the pots in the Most High's house shall be like the bowls before the altar.
And that's it. I don't want to go any further with that. It's just showing you the transference of the kingdom and how that's going to happen. And back to where we were at in Kings. I mean, not Kings, but it was Kings.
Yeah, First Kings.
1 Kings 8.
He was in,
and I think we're in the 40s.
Yeah, 43.
Yeah, 43. Because he was talking about how the nations are going to be sitting back here, being around us in the process, and how to deal with them, and how we're supposed to deal with the nations in this time period. But keep going.
Hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth to thee for.
So there's nothing wrong with considering the stranger, because the stranger's going to get taught, and they're going to have to serve. You don't have to disrespect the stranger. Just know there's going to be a change, or a changing of the guard. Read on.
That all people of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, as do thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house which I have builded is called by thy name.
The house is called by the Most High's name, and you're going to have to learn to fear the Most High. The nations are going to have to learn to fear. Read on.
If thy people go out to battle against their enemy, whithersoever thou shalt send them, and shalt pray unto the Most High toward the city which thou hast chosen, and toward the house that I have built for thy name, then hear thou in heaven their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause.
The point is, wherever we go towards the east, turn the east and pray. Now, back in the day, the tabernacle would be presented, or the ark would be presented in the midst of our battle. We would sit back and pray to the Most High on the spot at location. But since now the ark is in a sedimentary place, is in a one stable place, he's like, go pray towards the east. Be conscious of the Most High is going to be there everywhere you go. Because don't forget, during the time of the tabernacle the ark traveled with us to war. So wherever we were was where the ark was, and that was symbolic that the Most High was was everywhere in our battle. And we had this ark as that symbol of the Most High. Hey, you know what? The Most High's here. This ark is here. The Most High's here to protect us in our battle. Now Solomon is saying, hey, listen, from here on out, wherever you are in the world, face the east, pray to the Most High, and the Most High is still going to be there.
Yep.
So it's just like the ark is right where you are, wherever you're at. Does that make sense?
Okay.
That's how he's explaining it. Read on.
Verse 46. If they sin against thee, for there is no man that sinneth not,
Everybody sins. Go ahead.
and thou be angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry away them, so they carry them away captives unto the land of the enemy, far or near.
That's how we got to America.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't come on cruise ships or the love boat. We came on slave ships. Go ahead.
Yet if they shall bethink themselves in the land whither they were carried captive.
It's like Solomon's prophesying. Huh? Solomon's prophesying here, just like Moses was prophesying in Deuteronomy 28. He says, we're sitting back here carrying captives wherever we're going. This is Solomon knew what was about to befall the northern kingdom. He knew what was about to happen to Israel. When you carry captives, don't forget this place. And this is why when the temple fell and the Edomites and the Babylonians ransacked it, it was such a gut-wrenching situation. Because that place, that temple, was where we were supposed to be to pray to the Heavenly Father, was to center us and give us that hope. Read on.
Come. Yet if they shall bethink themselves in the land whither they were carried captives, and repent, and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that were carried them captives, saying, we have sinned, and have done perversely, we have committed wickedness, and so return unto thee with all their heart, and with all their soul, in the land of their enemies, which led them away captive, and pray unto thee toward their land, which thou gavest unto their fathers.
And that's why they didn't teach us to pray to the east.
That's true.
Because that would be a part of our restoration as a nation. And this is why they tell us to pray, in any direction, pray whatever. The last thing they want to do is to give you the formula to their destruction.
Yep.
That's the last thing they want to do. But this is the formula to our restitution and our restoration coming back to the Father. That's the last thing they want to do is tell us all you got to do is pray to the east towards Solomon's temple and be humble and be earnest in your prayer, and the Most High will hear you, and He'll take you out of being our slaves and we'll become your slaves. That's why they give us religion and not the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
The city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name, then hear thou their prayer and their supplication in heaven, thy dwelling place, and maintain their cause.
It's like Solomon keeps repeating that point about how to return, how to come back, how to get reestablished. If you get lost, how to get you back online, how to get restored. Because he understood the nature of Israel was to get lost, was to veer from the path, was to lose focus, was to get tripped up and caught up into our life. Now, this is the place, this is the symbol of how to this is that light, this is that city on a hill that's used to bring everybody back. And Jerusalem was literally that city on a hill, that place that could be seen from afar. So the world or the nation could be reminded about where to go back to. That's why the location and the symbolism was so important.
So it's so easy to understand. If you're talking to a brother on the cell phone and the signal drop, you just pick up the phone and recall the number again, and then you, all right, brother, no problem. My signal failed.
That's true.
So we go right back to the conversation. It's no big deal. That's how easy it should be. If you lose a connection with the Most High, and the Most High is not blessing the work of your hands, you know what? I lost connection with the Father. Let me do what I need to do based on what Solomon's laying down, and I can get back online with the Father, and I can restore this connection back with the Most High. Because somewhere along the line, we're obviously disconnected. The Most High is not hearing me. He's not blessing me. There's no rain. The crops ain't growing. We're in the hands of our enemies. Our enemies have prevailed against us. Somewhere we lost the signal. Somewhere we lost the connection. Let me make this reconnection with the Most High. It's just that easy. It should be that easy.
And the Most High is gracious enough to make it that plain.
Huh?
Yeah.
Because
That's
imagine
his
you had
love.
to make it super complicated. A lot of people wouldn't even make it.
Yeah. Do 1,000 Hail Mary Mothers of Grace.
Come on, bro.
Man, that's not the order to reconnect with the Most High. Man.
Huh?
That's why that religion keeps us stranded from the folk, disconnected
broken.
from the Most High.
Yep.
We can do all the Hail Mary Mothers of Graces that we want, and that's never going to reach the Most High.
After 54, you're gonna leave. Okay. Well, keep
All
going.
right, read on.
Come, verse 50. And forgive thy people that have sinned against thee, and all their transgressions wherein they have transgressed against thee, and give them compassion before them who carry them captive, that they may have compassion on them. For they be thy people, and thine inheritance, which thou broughtest forth out of Egypt, from the midst of the furnace of iron, that thine eyes may be open unto the supplication of thy servant, and unto the supplication of thy people Israel, to hearken unto them in all that they call for unto thee. For thou didst separate them from among all the people of the earth, to be thine inheritance. And thou spakest by the hand of Moses thy servant, which thou broughtest our fathers out of Egypt, O Lord, power. And it was so, that when Solomon had made an end of praying all this prayer and supplication unto the Lord, he arose from before the altar of the Lord, from kneeling on his knees, with his hands spread upon to heaven.
So once again, he was near the altar when he was saying his prayers up on his knees, while the cloud was in the temple, while the cloud was in the Holy of Holies, the holy place, the entire temple area. He was sending his prayers right directly in front of the Heavenly Father.
You know what that shows too? That shows that you don't pray when things are bad. You pray when things are good.
God.
That's what that's showing, because that was a good time to pray. Is when he had the Most High on his side. Too often we pray when things go downhill, then we decide to turn and pray. And that's not appropriate.
It's not the best way to do it. But even though he said you can do that,
Yeah.
if you're making supplication, but that's not ideal. If you want to stay on top of your spirit, you should be conscious of him at all times.
At all times.
So we're gonna go do the Josephus real quick. Josephus, book 8. Yeah, book 8, chapter 4, paragraph 4. Not done? No, 4. Yeah.
Saluted Ahmad.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Where did we leave at?
We left off at line 101. No.
We have a lot of reading to do to get to that.
102, I believe.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We gotta go paragraph. We gotta finish paragraph 2 and then do 3.
We had 107. We read 107 already.
Yeah, we're gonna have to finish this whole thing up. 2, 3, and then 2 and 3 first. Let's
We left off in the middle of 107, right?
Yeah.
Just so I know where to pick up.
Yes, sir.
Slack you. Banamat Gadol, Shabbat.
Yeah.
Shal Shabbatah. Ban Yahweh, Ban Yasharallah.
So, what was your name?
Ahmad.
Okay, you gave me the
I
other
gave you my whole name. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll do it. Okay.
Ahmad.
Yeah, you got it.
Can I do it again? Okay. Ahmad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yasharallah.
Ahmad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yasharallah. Ahmad, rock. Yahweh, Shal Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat.
I gotta get the whole name this time, man. What was the whole name again?
Ban Ahmad Gadol.
Okay, Ban
Great
Ahmad.
endurance.
Okay, that's a great name. Ban Ahmad Gadol. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, get this up here.
That's a great name, though. Great. Ahmad is endurance day, brother. That's Ahmad's endurance day.
God.
All right. Okay. So we're gonna get through. Yeah. We're gonna get through 2, 3, and then we'll sit back and reevaluate. Listen, time is flying. We could go to 2 Chronicles chapter 6, but that's like from verse 1 to 42. And that's another 40 piece. But it's the same prayer that we read about in the 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 11 through 54. So I'm just going to go into what the Josephus explained. I don't even know if we're going to have time to go into Solomon and his house and all the details and how his house was set up. I think we might wait for that for next week. But we'll see. Let's do this. So Josephus, book 8, chapter 4, paragraphs, the middle of 2 through 3, right?
Okay. We left off at 107.
In paragraph 2, right?
Middle of 107, or I can start back at 107.
Okay.
Just kind of pick it back up. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Got Antiquities of the Jews in the book of Josephus, chapter 8. Actually, book 8, chapter 4, verse, paragraph.
Yep.
Paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2. 107.
Yeah, paragraph 2, line 107.
Khan says, so these men were intent upon this thought, but Solomon rose up, for he had been sitting before, and used such words to the Most High as he thought agreeable to the divine nature to receive, and fit for him to give. For he said, Thou hast an eternal house, O Lord, and such as one as thou hast created for thyself out of thine own works. We know it to be the heaven, and the air, and the earth, and the sea, which thou pervadest, nor art thou contained within their limits. I have indeed built this temple to thee, and thy name, that from thence, when we sacrifice and perform sacred operations, we may send our prayers up into the air, and may constantly believe that thou art present, and are not remote from what is thine own. For neither when thou seest all things and hearest all things, nor now when it pleases thee to dwell here, dost thou leave off the care of all men, but rather thou art very near to them all, but especially thou art present to those that address themselves to thee, whether by night or by day.
So he's saying, even though this temple is now in a still place, in a one sedimentary place, the Most High is still going to be there and follow us whithersoever we go. Because like I said, when we went to war, we brought the ark. Because the ark, wherever the ark was where in our eyes, where the Most High was. That's how it was back in the day. Wherever the ark was where the Most High was. So that feeling of protection was there when that ark was there. But Solomon is like, listen, wherever, even though this ark is here and this temple is here, wherever you go, the Most High is still there with you.
You know, that means that there's no restriction to having the Most High's presence with you.
Exactly. That's why I say all around the air, the earth, the whole place.
The earth, day or night.
Okay.
Because you're not restricted to just man's hours. Okay. You know, because a lot of times if you're trying to seek the Most High, man, church only open on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? You gotta wait till Sunday.
You get a little Wednesday Bible study.
Wednesday Bible study.
Hour and a half.
You know, that's when you get that word. That's when he's available. But that's not the case. The Most High is available at all times.
Okay.
At any time, day or night. You know, at any moment. Read on.
Okay.
Line 109. When he had thus solemnly addressed himself to the Most High, he converted his discourse to the multitude, and strongly represented the power and providence of the Most High to them, how he had shown all things that were come to pass to David his father, as many of those things had already come to pass, and the rest would certainly come to pass hereafter, and how he had given him his name and told to David what he should be called before he was born, and foretold that when he should be king, and after when he should be king, after his father's death, he should build him a temple, which, since they saw accomplished according to his prediction, he required them to bless the Most High, Slakia, and by believing him, from the sight of what they had seen accomplished, never to despair anything that he had promised for the future, in order to their happiness, or suspect that it would not come to pass. Paragraph 3, line 111. When the king had thus discoursed to the multitude, he looked again toward the temple and lifted up his right hand to the multitude. He said, it is not possible by what men can do to return sufficient thanks to the Most High for his benefits bestowed upon them.
That's phenomenal. So he's like, listen, regardless of what we did for this temple, this isn't even enough to tell the Most High thanks for all the things he's done for us. Thanks for not giving up on us. Thanks for not quitting on us. And it was beautiful how Solomon addressed the Most High and showed praise and respect for his power, and then reminded the Jews, talking to the people, that if they just got right and made supplication to the Most High, he'd always be there for them. So he's kind of communicating to both parties at the same time. He's almost being an he's kind of being a mediator.
Yeah, he is.
Like Christ is. He was that mediator between the people were on this side, the east of him, and the Most High was in the temple, and he was the mediator, communicating and giving praises to the Most High, while at the same time communicating to the people away from the temple about how to constantly get back to the Heavenly Father. The same thing he did when he was Christ. He was that same middleman, huh?
Same thing Moses did.
Exactly, but Christ, Solomon was Christ. So he was literally the person that said, hey, this is what it's going to take to get back to him. Let me continue to praise the Most High for the things you've done and the mercy you've given to us and the people, but this is what it's going to take, that supplication, that prayer, that humility, that fight to have that consciousness to get to him if you want to maintain this relationship. So he's giving the reminders of how to maintain and keep this relationship alive. In this speech, where the Most High's presence was at the time when the cloud was down here. Read on.
Middle of line 11. For the deity stands in need of nothing, and is above.
No, stands in need of nothing. And this is exactly what we were saying earlier. Most High don't need nothing but our humility.
Yeah.
He's looking at how we do things, because what we do is always going to fail in comparison to His majesty, power, and glory. But where was our mind and sentiment in the process of acquiring the things we're trying to acquire? Where was our mind at? Where was our intention at? That's what He's willing to recognize and bless. But everything we bring is, He says, our righteousness is like filthy what? Rags. Mm-hmm. It's nothing. But He appreciates the effort. He respects the dedication and the attempt at pleasing Him.
We can never go far enough.
Read on.
Again, for the deity stands in need of nothing, and is above any such requital.
And this is why it was even talked about how the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. Me sitting back here and following the Sabbath was to adhere to the rest the Most High gave us. Okay? But just keep going.
But so far as we have been made superior, O Lord, to other animals by thee, it becomes us to bless thy majesty. And it is necessary for us to return thee thanks for what thou hast bestowed upon our house and upon the Hebrew people. Line 12, for with what other instrument can we better appease thee when thou art angry at us? For more properly preserve thy favor than with our voice, which as we have it from the air, so do we know that by the air it ascends upward toward thee. I therefore ought myself to return thee thanks thereby, in the first place concerning my father, which thou hast raised from obscurity unto so great joy. And in the next place concerning myself, since thou hast performed all that thou hast promised unto this very day. And I beseech thee from the time to come to afford us whatsoever thou, O power, hast power to bestow on such as thou dost esteem, and to augment our house for all ages, as thou hast promised to David my father to do, both in his lifetime and at his death, that our kingdom shall continue, and that his posterity should successively receive it to 10,000 generations.
And this is why it was so important that Christ had to come down as a man. Christ had to come down as a man, and he had to come down in the bloodline and lineage of David for this statement to be true. He said that our kingdom shall continue, and that his posterity should successfully receive it to 10,000 generations. What person allowed the posterity of David's lineage to sustain for 10,000 generations? It was Christ. Christ was that last King of Kings and Lord of Lords. If Christ didn't come down as a man, and he didn't come through from the lineage of literal kingly lineage, then this line and everything that was talked about in 1 Samuel would never be true. He had to come down as a man for the prophecy to be true, for the lineage of David to be to be the leader throughout all the generations of mankind. Because we know now, during the time of Ezekiel and Jeremiah, it was talked about that the kingdom of David would be sustained forever, and that David will be the king. But we also understand as Christ came, Christ became the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So it was still through David's posterity. And this is why it was important in Matthew that it went down and broke down all of the lineage of Christ's father, of Christ's father in the book of Matthew. And if I'm not mistaken, Luke was the posterity of Mary's Judite lineage.
Right.
That's why when you see Matthew and Luke, there are two different lineages. The Matthew lineage was of the father's line. The Luke lineage was of Mary's line, which was of, it wasn't Solomon's line, because Christ's line, his father's line, was of Solomon, and Mary's line was of one of David's other sons. I can go into that later, but the point is,
you're saying one is Luke and Matthew, the two different bloodlines?
yes, two different. Matthew was the bloodline and genealogy of Christ's father.
Okay.
And Luke was the genealogy of Christ's mother. And that was the difference in the breakdown. But the genealogy was so important for the father to be of the line and lineage of the exact priestly lineage, the exact lineage of David had to be exact for what was being talked about in this Josephus part for it to stay valid. Because the bloodline in the leadership in the kingdom was supposed to stay in David's literal bloodline. Okay, and it was David's bloodline, Solomon. It was that same succession of kings that ended up getting to David, Christ's father. It was that same succession of that kingly line went all the way to Christ. And this is how that blessing and that assurance of the kingdom that was talked about in 1 Samuel 7 was able to sustain throughout the Bible and to even to this present day. That makes sense? Okay. Let's continue. So read that to 10,000 generation part again.
Middle of line 113, or toward the end. Right before that. Wait a second. Okay. Trying to see which. Line 13.
Okay.
And the next place concerning myself, since thou hast performed all that thou hast promised unto this very day. And I beseech thee for the time to come to afford us whatsoever thou, O power, hast power to bestow on such as thou dost esteem, and to augment our house for all ages.
Listen, to augment Solomon's house for all ages. David's lineage. Read on.
As thou hast promised to David my father to do, both in his lifetime and at his death, that our kingdom shall continue, and that his posterity should successively receive it to 10,000 generations.
That bloodline, Christ had to be through David's bloodline for that kingship and that leadership to succeed through 10,000 generations, because our lineage has been tainted since the nations came and took us over.
Yep.
So there's no way we're going to have that pure generational blood at this particular point. So Christ being that last sacrifice and being our King of Kings and Lord of Lords is how that generational, that the sustaining of David's line is able to succeed through all these different changes and influxes of leadership and power. Okay? Read on.
Do not thou therefore fail to give us these blessings, and to bestow on my children that virtue in which thou delightest.
He's praying and hoping that the virtue that was in Solomon would go to his son Rehoboam. You pray for things, I don't mean you're going to get them. Because the person, listen, that the son had to have wanted those virtues. And not every son wants the virtues that their father has. Read on.
Line 114. And besides all this, I humbly beseech thee that thou wilt let some portion of thy spirit come down and inhabit in this temple, that thou mayest appear to be with us upon earth. As to thyself, the entire heavens and the immensity of the things that are therein, are but a small habitation for thee.
He said the entire rest of existence and the entire world that you've set up all around the galaxy, so forth and so on, are still a small habitation for the Most High. Read on.
Much more is this poor temple so.
He called it a poor temple. In the scale of the Most High, it was a poor temple. On the scale of man, it was the creme de la creme.
Yep.
Right.
He was speaking humbly too.
That's exactly what it is. He's like, if you just leave a portion of your spirit here, you'd be sitting back here and doing us the greatest service. Read on.
End of line 14. But I entreat thee to keep it as thine own house, from being destroyed by our enemies forever.
And that's wishful thinking, and I understand the sentiment that Solomon had, but the reality was the Most High used that temple as a direct reflection of the state of the people at the time. Solomon's heart was pure, the temple was in immaculate condition. When the people, which was a reflection of the leadership, diminished, the temple broke down. Then you had ebbs and flows when the temple and the nation diminished. The temple diminished. When the heart and the fervency of the people rose, the temple's caliber rose.
You got restored.
Yep. Hezekiah, for instance, before the temple fell, reinvested into the temple and brought it back to the high echelon. Then 2 generations later, Josiah instilled that same principle of loving the Most High back to the people. And then you sit back here, and then it fell in 586 BC. And then the priests led by Ezra and Nehemiah sat back and fought their tails off to reestablish the rededication of the temple. Years later, at 40 or 80 years after we fell, was it 80 years? 70 to 80 years after we fell, we were able to get a chance to reinstate it and rededicate it. But even then, it wasn't at the height or the level that it was once, because it was kind of a makeshift situation. We didn't have all the money and all the resources. A lot of the gold and the beauty of it was pillaged. So we did the best we could. And don't forget, at that time, we didn't have what? By the time we rededicated the temple, what had we lost? We lost the ark.
Okay.
Because that ark was taken during Jeremiah's time. Jeremiah took the ark to save it, so the nations wouldn't pillage it. So Jeremiah took it and hid it. If I'm not mistaken, in the mountains of Sinai.
It's in Maccabees.
Yeah. He's resting. But yeah.
I'll get that real quick.
Well, yeah, we don't gotta go there because we're gonna hit that hard down the line when we get to that point. I just want to kind of bring out the point that once the temple was rededicated, there was no ark, and there was no ark until the end. But it was just showing how our actions and our conduct and our lack of appreciation was mirrored by how beautiful and how potent the caliber of the temple went. So as much as Solomon wanted the temple to never be destroyed, to never be broken down by enemies, there was no getting around that point. There was no getting around the fact that if Israel wasn't going to live right and be honorable towards the Most High, he had to hit us where it hurt. And the funny thing is, it even makes sense in 2 Kings 17, where the Most High said, I'm going to take you away from my sight. Now we also know the Most High means he's going to turn his back on us. We know what that physically means, but it also means his sight was Jerusalem. And he was going to send us to places that weren't close to Jerusalem. He was going to turn his back on us for a longer period of time. Far off places. And the 9.5 tribes had to experience that. They went from Samaria and so forth all the way to Assyria, multiple outposts, prison posts out there, and then to the west, northwest, all the way through Europe. That's way away from the Most High's quote-unquote site, which was that temple, which was our homeland. That makes sense? All right.
And when he says that part where you brought out in Josephus, he says that our kingdom shall continue, and that his posterity should successively receive it to 10,000 generations.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is what the Most High promised David, right? That Solomon is acknowledging. Now, when you look at this and go to Matthew chapter 1, and just jump down to verse, go to Matthew chapter 1 and jump down to verse 18. Read verse 16 and 17.
Matthew chapter 1, starting verse 16. And Jacob begat Joseph, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Yahushua, who was called Christ.
Go ahead.
Verse 17. So all the generations from Abraham to David.
Now, when you look at this genealogical chart, Matthew chapter 1 and verse 16 right now, 17 right now. When Matthew 1 and 17. When you said from all the generations of what?
Of Abraham, from Abraham to David.
Go ahead.
Are 14 generations.
So if you look at this timeline, if the Most High made a promise to David that his line, his lineage, shall be in succession, and he'll preserve his posterity to 10,000 generations. It says from Abraham to who?
To David.
Is how many?
Are 14.
Now remember, the Most High also made a promise to Abraham. But from the time of Abraham to even David, only 14 generations had passed. Now even if you look at from Adam to Abraham, that was only 21 generations. So from Adam to Abraham was only 21 generations. From Abraham to David was only 14 generations. Read on.
So, and from David unto the carrying away into Babylon.
So from David unto the carrying away of Babylon was what?
Are 14 generations.
And we know Babylon, we were taken captive and overthrown in 586 BC. Right. So even from Adam to the time of Babylon, it was only 35 generations had passed. From Adam all the way to Babylon was only 35 generations.
Yep.
Read on.
And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ.
Go ahead.
Are 14 generations.
So another 14 generations on top of that 35 is what?
49.
49 generations. So from Adam to Christ is only 49 generations. That's not a lot of generations, bro.
It's a long time though.
That's a
long damn time though.
Right, but that's not in comparison to what he promised David, for David to have a lineage and a posterity to survive 10,000 generations. We haven't even hit 50 generations from Adam to Christ. So can you imagine?
And we're not at 1,000 generations yet.
It's only been 2,000 years since Christ.
That's what I'm saying.
We're only in 2022.
So maybe 150 generations.
So it just shows
Right, give or take. I'm not acting like I know.
Yeah, we don't even know, but we know in 3,000 years of history so far from Adam to Christ, there's only 49 generations, not even 50. So in 2,000 generations from the seed that come out of Christ's lineage, and all the children of Israel, Jacob's lineage, his inheritance, the children of Israel, brother, we got a long rulership coming ahead.
Yep.
To get to 10,000 generations, bro. That means we're gonna be in power for a very, very long time, bro. So this is nothing. What we're going through. Just to bring that out, that point.
That's excellent contrast to bring there.
Yeah.
That's something else.
And Christ is going to be that king over us for those 10,000 generations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's our king.
And
that's how David's posterity sustains itself.
Will continue
through his life. Okay?
we were at the very end of line 115.
Oh, so we're back in the Josephus?
We're back in the Josephus.
Okay, let's keep going there.
Middle of Josephus, let me see here. Back to a good starting place. Where were we at? Or any other affliction which thou usest to inflict on those that transgress any of thy holy laws, and if they fly all of them to this temple, beseeching thee and begging of thee to deliver them, then doest thou hear their prayers. Then doest thou hear their prayers as being within thine house, and have mercy upon them and deliver them from their afflictions. Line 116. Nay, moreover, this help is what I implore of thee, not for the Hebrews only when they are in distress, but when they shall come.
No, when any shall come.
But when they shall come.
Oh, you have they?
When they.
I have any.
Wow.
Okay. I have an older.
Saying not the Hebrews only, right?
Yeah, I know. This is what he's saying.
But when any shall, that's a typo here, obviously.
No, it's not typo. It's just this. I have an older Josephus, and these newer ones, they have a different type of. This is a little different.
It just seems like it's throwing us off as the newer ones come.
Yeah, maybe.
Trying to like the newer versions of the Bible. Anyway.
So, nay, moreover, say that again.
Line 116. Nay, moreover, this help is what I implore of thee, not for the Hebrews only when they are in distress, but when they shall come hither from any ends of the world whatsoever, and shall return from their sin and implore thy pardon, do thou then pardon them and hear their prayers.
Wait, I want to make sure. I want to read this real quick. Not from the Hebrews when they are in distress, but when any shall come. Yep. Okay. Yeah. From the ends of the earth. Yep. Read on. And shall pardon from their sins and implore thy pardon. Read on.
Do thou then pardon them and hear their prayers. Line 117.
But this is still contingent upon these people from different countries and places having to submit themselves to the law of the Most High and submitting themselves to the power and jurisdiction of Israel being the head. Because at Solomon's time, the nations were all subdued under him. Okay, read on.
Line 117. For hereby all shall learn that thou thyself was pleased with the building of this house for thee.
He said the rest of the world is going to hear the Most High was pleased with the building of the house, of the temple of the Most High. Read on.
And that we are not ourselves of an unsociable nature.
And you know what? That's not necessarily true for Israel now.
Right.
Israel wants to block off themselves from everybody. But Solomon was like, listen, man, the world's going to eventually, this best kept secret is going to have to get revealed to the world. This is what Solomon is saying. Us being in our little cubicles and tents in Israel, and us being this small little country, he said eventually we're going to have, the whole world's going to have to see us. And they're going to have to learn what serving the Most High is. And we're going to have to show ourselves sociable and willing to communicate. And willing to see, because I'm telling you, later on in history, the nations were really hating on us. And they were like, man, these damn Jews stay to themselves. They don't talk to nobody. They don't deal with nobody.
Secret society.
Well, secret society, there's a bunch of damn hermits. The Greeks were saying that. These Hebrews are a bunch of damn hermits. They stay to themselves. They hate all the nations. They hate everybody's belief system. And it's true. That's how we roll. But you know the crazy, that's really what protects us. Because if we were all sociable and in everybody's face, we'd be wanting to tap into what they're doing.
When we socialize,
that's the other catch.
We do it the wrong way.
What's up with your guy?
We assimilate.
What's up with your guy?
Oh man, what's up with they got over there, man?
Yeah, and that's the
What are you
problem.
talking about? Oh, I know about that dude.
Con.
I heard something about my great grandfather used to worship him back.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
And then we start.
Then we start amalgamating ourselves and assimilating to their cultures.
Exactly.
But
this is about.
It doesn't change the fact that we're going to have to be in the position where we can socially teach and develop people. I can understand it. Like when you're young and you're just learning, you do have to be that damn hermit. You got to come out of the world and stay away and stay away and stay away.
Like Abraham. Abraham went to Egypt and taught the Egyptians, and he didn't sit here and lose his mind.
But he already had that strength from when he was in Babylon. And that particular family line that the Most High chose of the Hebrews, of Eber. Don't forget, in Babylon, there was a bunch of different Hebrews living in Babylon during the time of Abraham. The Chaldeans were of the Arphaxad line of the Hebrews. People don't know that. Matter of fact, oh my goodness, here we go.
You gotta go there.
I think I need to go. I think I do. Because people that give me, they're like, we're just saying things. He's just making things up as he goes.
Right.
He's a bad guy. Let me stop.
3 and 4, right?
Hold that where we're at, because we will be going back to that. I'm just trying to make a point about how we are going to have to get to the point where we're teaching the nations. And we're letting the whole world is going to have to learn what we are and what we do. And eventually, they're going to have to learn how to follow the Most High too. The nations are going to have to learn to serve the Most High, let down all their gods, all their beliefs, and serve the Heavenly Father. Okay? And the funny thing is, you sit back here and listen to these news channels. I don't know if there's been news clips from Russian media saying that, the America is falling. They believe in the LGBTQ things, and they talk about America's moral decline and how the Lord is with them, and that they're believers and followers of the Heavenly Father in their obvious, distorted, low-level way. But the Most High has even allowed the Bible to spread and circulate through the world so everybody can have a working knowledge of who the Heavenly Father is. So at the end, when we teach these people, the idea of who the Heavenly Father is won't be so totally foreign to the rest of the world.
Like conditioning.
And we'll start teaching them the nuances of serving the Heavenly Father. But the Bible was left so the whole world can learn it in the first place. Because what Solomon said was right. We're going to have to be sociable to these people when we're mature enough to do it. Now, even Solomon, in the caliber of his power, got too damn sociable and started sitting back here tapping into the weaker gods of the other nations. And that was his downfall. But the idea that the nation had to get taught wasn't wrong. Now we're going to go into Moses. Was it no Abraham? I'm sorry, it was Abraham. Trying to make sure I find. Oh, there it is. Okay. Antiquities of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, paragraph 4.
Book 1, chapter 6, verse.
Paragraph 4. Yeah. So, Antiquities of the Jews,
All right.
Book 1, Chapter 6, paragraph 4. With that. Oh, okay, you get it.
Book 1, chapter 6, paragraph 4.
Yeah,
Just
keep
about-
your
your spot. You got my spot. Chapter 6, paragraph 4. Line 143, correct? Right at the beginning of 4?
paragraph 4, the beginning.
Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began at Euphrates and reached to the Indian Ocean.
Okay.
For Elam left behind him the Elamites, the ancestors of the Persians.
So Josephus even knew this. Elam were the Persians. Okay, read on.
Ashur lived at the city
Of Nineveh.
Nineveh.
Nineveh, yeah. So the Ashur, which were the Syrians, the Assyrians, lived in the city of Nineveh. Okay, read on.
And named his subjects Assyrians,
Okay.
who became the most fortunate nation beyond others.
Mm-hmm.
Line 144. Arphaxad
Arphaxad was Hebrew.
God.
Arphaxad was from the generation of the Hebrews, just not the chosen lineage of the Hebrews. You had a bunch of different families that were Hebrew.
5 families.
Yeah, there were multiple Hebrew families, but there was a particular family the Most High chose out of all those original Hebrews. Okay, so
Chosen people.
yeah, but just because you were Hebrew doesn't mean you were chosen. Esau was Hebrew, right?
God.
Ishmael was Hebrew.
Moab, Ammon,
Yeah, and these boys.
Con.
It was more than 5. But that's because, in the scriptures, you don't know that Arphaxad and his line, they kept going.
Con.
So now we know. Read on.
Arphaxad, line 144. Arphaxad named the Arphaxadites, who are now called Chaldeans.
The Chaldeans were the ones who were the mystical and the religious leaders of the country of Babylon. Okay? Babylon, people thought the Chaldeans were Babylonians. They were not. The Babylonians were a different nation of their own selves, but the Chaldeans carved a niche out in Babylon. They were Hebrews that taught a different spiritual approach to life.
Hey, can I make a point?
They were the ones who sat back here. Don't forget, the Chaldeans and the Egyptians were the accepted world religion push
Spiritualists.
that were pushing anti. They were the ones who kept, to be specific, the Chaldeans and the Egyptians were the ones who kept Nimrod's teachings going, versus the government of the Hebrews, which at the time Abraham were the ones, they kept the government of Hebrew. Don't forget, this is all after the flood. So people were choosing sides and taking religious beliefs moving forward through Canaan, Ham's line. They were the ones who were pushing Nimrod's way after the flood. But you still had Noah, and then down the line you got to Abraham, who kept the one government principle, the one God principle, which is the government of the Heavenly Father. These Arphaxadites were Hebrews still, but they were holding on to what? Nimrod's approach, the multiple God approach. So you had Ham's lineage, which was the Egyptians, which were the forerunners of Nimrod's approach. But then you still had Hebrews who were in the land of Chaldean, who dealt with the sorcery. They held on to the different arts and beliefs from before the time of the flood also. Does that make sense? So the land of the Chaldeans, was the land of Hebrews, of the Hebrews that weren't chosen, in a pocket in the land of Babylon. So that's why it says that Abraham was in the land of the Chaldeans.
Mhm.
He was where all the other Hebrews were.
He was from Ur of Chaldea.
Of the Chaldeans.
Mhm.
He was in the area of Babylon where Hebrews stayed, but the Most High chose his family line to hold on to the government of Israel at the time. Whereas other Hebrews were holding on to the mystic arts and the other beliefs of other nations, of the Nimrod teaching.
Right, which survived the flood.
That survived the flood through
And-
Ham's lineage, Cain. That's what the Most High carries it to be Cain. Canaan.
Canaan, right?
Canaan.
Right, because you do have pre-Diluvian texts that
Mhm.
people study, which is prior to the flood, and these ancient forms of belief like Enki and Anu. These were pre-Diluvian gods that people worship. Inanna, these were the consort of Enki. These were pre-Diluvian gods that people worship. That the Most High, that was the reason why the Most High wiped them away to begin with. But some of that information had survived. Some of that information was salvaged and brought back. And that mysticism, that form of sorcery, the Egyptians had it. They had Chaldeans sorcerers.
Yep.
And the Babylonians had them too.
And the crazy thing is the whole world was following their ways. And that government of the Most High in Israel was still holding on through that family line of Abraham. And when you read about Abraham, Abraham was going to war and talking and teaching in Babylon, the Chaldeans, that their way is off. And it got to the point that the block got so hot in Chaldea and Babylon, Moses said, get out of there. The block is hot, man. They're going to end up sitting back and trying to kill you. But in his show of alacrity and passion towards defending the Most High, that's how he earned the right and the opportunity to take that family line on to Canaan. And that journey that he had to go through in Canaan, he showed the Most High he was willing to stand up enough for him in Babylon where he can use him to build the nation of Israel. I'm just trying to show you that, hell, the rest of the Greek world, Roman world, used the Chaldeans' knowledge and the Egyptian knowledge to sustain or to create their own set of beliefs. Because you'll see in Josephus later on that the Greeks had no foundation. They had no history before the damn Iliad. They took everything. They took everything. Yeah. They had nothing. They had no spiritual foundation, no nothing. None. So, what are we saying? We're just going to the point that there's no getting around. The rest of the world has to get retaught.
And
we're just, as Israelites, we've been taught to be in a mindset that we're not supposed to even be around nations, and I understand that. Because our tendencies is to assimilate, and our tendencies is to want to be like the rest of the nations. And even Moses was even telling us that in Deuteronomy. But eventually, we're going to have to grow up and understand that these people need to get taught. And can we sit back here and walk and chew gum at the same damn time? That's really the point. Can we walk and chew gum at the same time? Can we hold on to our convictions, know that they have a dog-ass religion, and teach these filthy animals?
Yeah. Can we civilize these people?
Well, because the funny thing is this. I don't know if you ever were into political cartoons, but back in the day, one of the reasons America was hesitant in leaving America and colonizing, this is after like the Civil War, when America became to be a world power. There was debate amongst the people in their country about, should we go to these monkey countries and deal with their problems and their issues, and does it even make sense to clean these people up and teach these, civilize them, and is the colonization and the taking over their country worth the burden of carrying these simple low-level people? You know what's crazy? That's how we gotta look at these people.
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna sit back and be mature enough to deal with these low-level ass people, because the political cartoon that's in my head, all those old 1800s, 1900s political cartoons would have like Uncle Sam. He'd be Uncle Sam with his Uncle Sam hat, and they would have this like woman who had a bunch of babies that were like tar babies. It literally was like tar babies, and it would be like Cuba. It'd be Puerto Rico. It would literally have Puerto Rico over the kid's head, and it was like 4 or 5 babies in this basket, and it would have Cuba, Puerto Rico, Haiti, all these countries, and in Uncle Sam's back, that this woman's bringing it into his yard with the picket fence, and behind Uncle Sam, he's already got like a Native American kid and a black kid in his backyard.
It's referenced in literature as the white man's burden.
Well, that's the point. That's exactly what it is. And he's sitting right here like, do I take on these damn other problems in the pursuit of further power? And that was what they end up coming. They end up realizing we're going to sit back and just find a better way to manipulate and control these people and keep them away from us. How can I exploit their money, use their slave labor, and not have them be a burden to me? That was the debate. But we're going to have to grow up and start thinking and operating like world powers. Are we going to sit back and be mature enough to clean these nations up and realize that their approach is despicable, filthy, and wicked? And can I sit back and not assimilate, maintain our belief in the Most High, and put these animals in order?
Can we maintain our integrity as a nation?
And not let this is the Jews' burden. It's the Hebrews' burden. It's going to be teaching the world and developing them and putting them in order in the scriptures so they can effectively serve us.
That's the main reason we were told not to marry them, right?
Because we were too immature to deal with them in the first place. We want to fit in and be liked. That's black man's biggest issue. Is white man gonna like us?
Am I cool?
I am just as important as you. What the hell? I'm smart too.
I am somebody.
I can do things. Like, what the hell? I gotta sit back here and prove myself to these people.
Who are they to be equal?
But that's the point.
Right.
And this is about the evolution that Solomon knew that we had to grow up to down the line. He says this is going to be a city on a hill. Hopefully the Most High won't destroy this temple, which means we're going to be a beacon to the whole world. So when they come to learn, teach them. This was what Solomon was saying. Hell, Abraham was teaching the Babylonians about the Most High. He was teaching the Chaldeans that they shouldn't sit back here and waste their time with the nations or the multiple gods. I gotta go here.
It's stupid.
Well, but it's just the premise that we have to grow up, stand up for what's right, and teach these maniacs.
In process.
Listen.
In process based on our level of maturity as a nation. How about that? Because sometimes people be like,
okay, let me go into it. You're right. This is not for everybody. It's not for the faint of heart. And if you're teaching a white girl and you're like getting all goosey and playing inside. This is not your job right now.
She said she'll serve.
She smiled.
Oh, here you
she
go.
Smiled at me. She said the breakdown was really inspiring.
She's a
I
mind.
kind of like her. You know what, dude? Then you need to sit back in the back and keep reading books and learning real quick.
She said she likes how positive you make her feel.
But you know what? Then I'm not going to send you on the Edomite mission out there. You stay back home. I can teach Israel at home. Okay? You gonna be the Sunday school teacher for the Jews, the kids out.
Yeah.
Because you can't deal with this. You can't
handle
handle that. It's too much for you. You're gonna lose your damn mind.
Not ready.
Let's go to Antiquity of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 7, Paragraph 1. Jews are crazy. Book 1,
Chapter 7, verse 1.
Book 1, Chapter 7, Paragraph 1. We're going to read the entire chapter.
You got it. Starting line, chapter 1, paragraph 1, line 154. Now Abraham, having no son of his own, adopted Lot, his brother Haran's son, and his wife Sarai's brother, and he left the land of Chaldea when he was 75 years old.
So he was 75 years old when he had to split from Chaldea, that land where their other Hebrews were, but they were teaching false doctrine. They were teaching the
Theism.
polytheism. Thank you. That's the word I was trying to find. Where the Most High was about monotheism. Read on.
When he was 75 years old, and at the command of the Most High went into Canaan, and therein he dwelt himself, and left it to his posterity.
So he left, and he made Canaan pop. He made Canaan his posterity, his homeland. Okay. Now the first place he went to was where the rest of the Hebrews that were willing to follow the one God principle ended up posting up at. I'm not even going to say that because Haran didn't even end up. The family up there that was Rachel's parents, they didn't even keep the laws. They were following the God. So it is Most High just brought a certain amount of Abraham's family up to northern Canaan, and then the Most High was really just working on Abraham and building a nation from that one man. But let's continue.
And he was a person of great
Sagacity.
Sagacity.
So Abraham was a man of great sagacity, great passion, great enthusiasm in pleasing the Heavenly Father. Read on.
God, both for understanding all things and persuading his hearers.
So listen, one, because he had great understanding, but his ability to persuade people, to paint a picture, was immaculate. And that's what happens when your understanding is at a high level. If I understand something, I can paint the clearest picture possible. And this is what happened. He was able to clearly explain why the Most High was the power and entity to follow. Okay, read on.
And not mistaken in his opinions.
And it was so clear, it was hard to debate it. It was hard to shoot and poke holes in it. You can tell that a good teacher can paint a picture so clean, it's like, I can't argue with you. I might want to, but I really can't dispute it.
And you look stupid.
And you look like an idiot. Just because! Because! I don't agree because!
Everybody else like,
You're like, this guy's a damn nincompoop. It's hilarious, but keep going.
That's something else. Wow. Line 155. For which reason he began to have higher notions of virtue than others had.
Because the Most High was with him. Read on.
And he determined to renew and to change the opinion all men happened then to have concerning the Most High.
And this is why the Most High said, you got to get out of here. Because before he left, he was in Chaldeans' land, in the Babylonians' land, showing the people, I got to teach these Chaldeans that the Most High is a greater power than their rinky-dink ass gods. He had sat back here and made a decision to start going to war with these nations about their belief system and proving their beliefs wrong. Read on.
For he was the first that ventured to publish this notion that there was but one power, the creator of the universe.
So he was the one teaching the monotheistic principles. Don't forget, after Shem, Ham, and Japheth were on the boat, on the ark, they came out, the world started regenerating again. Abraham was the first one really standing up for what was right. Now the families before Abraham knew of it, but he was the one that was sitting back here the first going to war with all these other nations about it. What it's showing you was that the Hebrews kept their culture to themselves until this point. The Hebrews kept their one God principle to themselves until Abraham started making it known again. It's the same concept. Okay. That family secret, that family belief had to get pronounced then. Somebody had to stand up
Get published.
and publish the work out to neutralize the negativity that was brewing in the world at the time. It's the same thing with us. Somebody has to publish the world to neutralize the negativity that's in the world. And it's going to have to happen towards the end also. Read on.
God says that there was but one power, the creator of the universe, and that as to other powers,
Gods.
gods,
When it's lowercase, it's gods.
God,
Read on.
if they contributed anything to the happiness of men, that each of them afforded it only according to his appointment.
So when he says, okay, we're going to read it from the top again. It says, for he was the first that ventured to publish this notion that there was but one power, the creator of the universe, and that as to other lower level gods, which we also know that there is the host of heaven.
Okay.
The host of heaven means there's the armies of heaven and their angels and their forces that are subservient to the one power. So if there's any lower level gods out there, then what he's saying is, if they contributed anything, that's a big if. Yeah, I'm gonna sit back here and if there's these little gods that are out there, if they're contributing to the happiness of men, because that was obviously the other world's doctrine, that these lower level gods contribute directly to man's life and happiness and their pursuit of happiness. But he says, if there are little powers out there, that each of them afforded it only according to his appointment. So the Most High is still the individual that's giving these little powers the power to give you whatever the hell you want. So why waste your time going to these little lower level gods when you can go right to the omnipotent one where all the lower level forces serve and work for? That's why the Most High is a jealous power. Because we're supposed to sit back here and serve the God of all gods, the Lord of lords, the power of all.
God.
And this is what Abraham was teaching to these individuals who were scholars in the Nimrod way, the Nimrod principle, or how after Nimrod died, the what do you call it, a war? He was made a deity. After he died, he was made a deity. His mother was made a deity, and those were the foundations of all polytheistic principles. You had your male deity, you had your female deity. You had your duality, and how you had to have duality on both ends. Was that the mother goddess, and you had the father of war. And all of medieval and all of worldly gods were based upon that power man and that mother nature. And then there were just other different breakups from that. The point is that most like all these little lower level gods, they still don't answer the most high if there are lower level gods in the first place. Read on.
Line 156.
Yes.
This his opinion was derived from the irregular phenomena that were visible both at land and sea, as well as those that happened to the sun and moon, and all the heavenly bodies. Thus, if, said he, these bodies had power of their own, they would certainly take care of their own regular motions.
He's like, whether it's the sun, the moon, the stars, if they were gods, they would be able to maintenance themselves. They'd be able to take care and control their motions. But because their motions are in a cycle, that means they have no control. They're under the jurisdiction of a greater power. If the moon was his own god, why does the moon got to stay at night? Why can't the moon get F this? I'm gonna mess with that sun time. I'm gonna be out here in the sun. That don't make sense, does it? And if the sun had power, why is it subject to the same cycle every day? That means it's under orders. If the sun is on a cycle, that means it doesn't have free will to do what it wants. If the moon is on a cycle, then that means it doesn't have free will to do what it wants. So it's not a god.
So something is controlling it.
That's the point. And this is what he's explaining to these damn
stargazers.
These stargazers and these Chaldeans, and they're getting angry. They're looking bad at it. He's like, how can you prove that wrong? How can you say that's wrong? This moon god is the power. How can you prove it? You're like, listen, bro, if it had that much power, it can control its cycles. It can't. If the water and the sea was so potent, why does it go through the same motions every time? It will be able to stop. It will be able to control what it does. It doesn't. It's under orders too. All these powers that you're making too much of is under orders because they're following cycles and patterns. That makes sense, right?
And
it stays in these cycles and patterns. So it means it's under orders. Even in Proverbs chapter 8, it says, the Most High commands that the water doesn't go only so far. It can only go to this limit. Most High doesn't let the water cross over to the sea, to the land. It has to stay in its course. Anyway,
Yep.
read on.
If said he, these bodies, have power of their own, they would certainly take care of their own regular motions. But since they do not preserve such regularity, they make it plain that in so far as they cooperate to our advantage, they do it not of their own ability.
They don't have the power to not be of service to man. He says these things are of service to man, given by the heavenly creator who has given us the chance to live on earth. They're not these independent, willful forces that are controlling the galaxy. Read on. Because people will start making gods out of creation. And this is why in Esdras and Moses says, don't sit back here and give your life to the individuals, to the creation. Give it to the creator. This is the same concept.
God.
Worshipping creation versus the creator. Read on.
But as they are subservient to him that commands them, to whom alone we ought justly to offer our honor and thanksgiving.
We're supposed to give our honor and thanksgiving to the creator, not the creation that's here to serve us and make our life easier. Read on.
Line 157. For which doctrines, when the Chaldeans and other people of Mesopotamia raised a tumult against him.
Hell yeah, they didn't like that, man. They was getting cut, looking bad. Their doctrines was getting challenged. And these Chaldeans, which were Hebrews, which were Arphaxadians, they didn't like what they was hearing, man. Because this was a culture change in the world. And Abraham was busting the bubble right in this stupid culture change. And you ever see that meme where that little cartoon guy was like this? He was like this with his hand, his fist next to his side. Point is this: they wanted to kill him. Them Chaldeans wanted Abraham dead. He said, "I want him dead. I want his whole family dead." Straight De Niro stuff. Anyway, the point is this: they wanted him dead. Out there was mad. They was getting cut. They was looking bad.
And he was disrupting the social order. Like Christ,
that's the point. He was disrupting the social order.
Christ was disrupting the social order amongst the Pharisees.
Huh.
So Christ's doctrine, Christ's concept was disruptive to the government Pharisee connection, to the people Pharisee connection, and because it was disruptive, we gotta get him out. We gotta erase this guy out of the picture.
And let's not forget why are we here in the first place? Because Abraham was teaching the nations, and that's never going to change. We're going to have to face this bear sooner or later.
That's why you have to study.
And teaching, part of the teaching of the nations is reproving the nations.
That's the point. And the scripture talks about we're going to find praise and fame in every land where we've been ashamed. That's going to come from teaching.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to come from explaining all of these dynamic things happening in Revelations, explaining how the world power is going to change. And how to get back to the Most High, how to establish a reconstruction period. Right. Yeah, after all these calamities happening, and nations are getting thrown this lake of fire out, and thermonuclear destruction is gripping America, and America is just burning ash of fire in a perpetual burning. You gotta understand. I was watching this documentary on Sodom and Gomorrah. And how the fire that came down and burned Sodom and Gomorrah, the ashes were still present. But the flash point of those ashes was so hot, they could keep rekindling fire.
That's crazy.
So when you're sitting back here and thinking about how when this thermonuclear destruction is going to hit America, it's a combination of fire from Christ, which is that same brimstone that came down and took down Sodom and Gomorrah, coupled with the thermonuclear destruction, and that's how the fire can maintain the flames. That fire that's coming from Christ is going to be that flashpoint is going to be able to keep that fire from the nukes and everything else ablaze forever for the entire world to see forever in perpetuity. Okay, the flesh is going to be burned up immediately by all the people that get thrown in there, but that fire is going to keep burning because of the fire, the tendencies and the potency of that fire that's coming from Christ. It talks about that in 2 Esdras 13. Point is, what are we trying to say? That once all this catastrophe happens and families are destroyed and people are destroyed, somebody got to reteach these people.
Mhm.
After we get pleaded with face to face, it's going to be a hell of a time.
And it's not going to be Denzel Washington in the Book of Eli.
No, it's not.
That's Hollywood.
But after we get pleaded with,
Right.
then we're going to go ahead and start reconstructing the nation. It ain't just we get developed, we get all the rebels are purged out in us. Then we're going to go, get over here, slavery time for you. We're going to have to sit back and teach them while they're being in slavery. Can we do that? Can we be civil about our responsibility?
Right.
Anyway, this is the point. What Abraham was doing was inflaming people. What we're going to do, I don't think we're going to catch that kind of slack, because the world's going to be upside down and the nation's going to have a choice. Either you take it or you die. So I don't think they're going to trip too much. But we still got to do the work to establish reconstruction. But let's keep going.
Line 157. For which doctrines, when the Chaldeans and other people of Mesopotamia raised a tumult against him, he thought fit to leave that country.
Smart man. Read on.
And at the command and by the assistance of the Most High, he came and lived in the land of Canaan.
Most High told him to go to Canaan. Read on.
And when he was there settled, he built an altar and performed a sacrifice to the Most High.
We're going to leave that and go back to the point in Solomon, in Antiquities of the Jews, when Solomon was talking to the Jews, and it said, and that we are not ourselves of an unsociable nature. Matter of fact, read where it says, nay, moreover, this help is what I implore of thee.
Where are we at now?
You see, mine doesn't have those lines. We're in Antiquities of the Jews, book 8, chapter 4, paragraph 3, and it's at the it's towards the end of paragraph 3, and it's at that exclamation point, afflictions.
Book 8, chapter 4.
Afflictions, exclamation point.
Paragraph 3.
And it says afflictions, exclamation point. I don't know what number that is.
We're toward the end of chapter, paragraph 3, huh? Like around 117.
No.
What book you on?
It's book 8,
Book 8,
chapter 4, paragraph 3, the end of
somewhere
it.
in paragraph 3.
When it says,
Afflictions.
yep, you got it.
Line 116 is
There it
right
is.
after afflictions.
Okay,
So right there,
yep.
starting at line 116.
Where it says nay.
Nay. Moreover, this help is what I implore thee, not for the Hebrews only when they are in distress, but when they shall come hither from any ends of the world,
The nations, read on.
whatsoever, and shall return from their sin and implore thy pardon. Their sins and implore thy pardon. Do thou then pardon them and hear their prayers. 117.
Solomon didn't say nothing about the kingdom or salvation. He just said, listen, hear their prayer. When these nations, they need to get taught, teach them, hear their prayer. Read on.
117. For hereby all shall learn that thou thyself was pleased with the building of this house for thee.
He says the whole world's going to know this was the standard that you had set. And these are the expectations. This temple, the laws, the commandments, the structures about sacrifice. The whole world's going to know what it takes to please thee. So let's teach you so you can learn how to be pardoned also. Read on.
Well, when it said pardon from what?
Forgiven for your sins.
You talking about for us teaching the nation?
Yes, the nations
the
too.
Gentiles
Listen.
pardon for their sins.
They're going to be in slavery. They're going to be in slavery. I'm not saying the nation ain't going to be slaving. They're going to be slaving. But they still got to follow the law.
Properly.
Well, it's the prayer. The prayer says, "Let them know thee."
Yes.
As we have known thee.
Yes, they're going to know the nation. They're going to know the Most High. And like we read in Zechariah, if they don't follow the law, guess what happens?
Yes.
They're going to know their land's going to be starved out.
Okay.
And then they're going to realize what? I got to serve the Most High.
Punishment.
And you know what the pardon is? Your land's gonna grow now. You're gonna be able to eat and survive.
They're gonna see what's beneficial.
Look at us. We're in a position of slavery, right? We're not in power, but the Most High still blesses us, right?
God.
Yeah.
We're just not in power. The nation gonna be the same way. You're gonna be subservient to the higher power, the nation that's on top. But if you serve the Most High and follow laws, you're gonna be all right. You won't be destroyed. You'll have enough to sustain. It's that simple.
You know, I just want to bring this out real quick because as you talking, it brought out something about how as the roles reversed.
Yeah.
Because we read about Jefferson, the forefathers of America,
Mm-hmm.
and when you look at what he believed in, he traveled to Europe and he saw a problem, and he wanted freedom away from the British.
Mm-hmm.
So in his travels, he took on different mindsets, and through their study, they saw that we need to as we revolutionize America, and as we break off from Britain and their taxes, and we become free men, what are we going to do to not bring the European problem to America?
Mm-hmm.
So what he was doing was watching what Europeans were doing when it came to how they were dealing with their landless poor.
Yeah.
And how do you deal with your poor now who has no land? Because now the power struggle, the people in power have the land and they have the wealth. So he was adopting his formulas from European writers.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one guy that he got one of the Declarations of Independence from. We're going to declare that all men are free.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't talking about everybody. But this is one of the people that he had took his idea from. His name is John Locke. It says, John Locke, the classic explicator of the right of revolution for the protection of liberty, did not think about extending that right to the landless poor.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he concocted a scheme, and this is where Jefferson got his mindset from, adopted his mindset from. He concocted a scheme of compulsory labor for them and their children. The children were to begin at the age of 3 in public institutions called working schools. Because the only
Trade schools, you mean, right?
Trade schools, working schools, because the only subject taught would be work. He said that's the only subject. You're not getting arithmetic. You're not getting algebra. You're not getting science. You're not getting chemistry. You're not getting astronomy.
Or you're not being taught how to think for yourself.
Not at all.
Because even in these institutions, you might get higher learning, air quote.
No, you're getting.
But you're being taught. That's why I said air quote.
Yeah,
you're being
yeah.
taught how to operate and make the machine run.
Yep.
You're being taught how to get a job. You're not being taught how to create
Mechanical
and self-sustain. You're being taught how to feed the machine.
Trade school.
God. And even the university is not a trade school. You're still learning how to get a job. They don't teach you how to manage businesses and run businesses and operate. They don't teach you that in school. They teach you how to make businesses that are already established run more efficient.
Yeah.
Those are facts. They don't teach you how to create from nothing, how to build your own business.
Your maintenance, but not create.
God. Well, I'm sorry, Shashu.
And so he said, the only subject taught would be work. And at that time, it was spinning and knitting. They would be paid in bread and water and grow up inured to work. So they grow up, accustomed to work. It says, meanwhile, the mothers, thus relieved of the care of their offspring, because their kids was off.
They got daycare.
Their kids were at these working schools.
I know daycare.
Yeah, they got freedom. Yeah.
I'm gonna deal with them crying babies.
They crying babies. It says could go to work beside their fathers and husbands.
Mm-hmm.
And they could not find regular employment. And if they could not find regular employment, then they too could be sent to the working school.
Mm-hmm.
So now you become a CNA. Not that you become a doctor. We'll send you to CNA schools so you can change diapers at a nursing home.
Yeah.
Or whatever the case may be. It says it requires some refinement of mind to discern precisely how this version of woman's liberation from child care differed from outright slavery. And many of Locke's intellectual successors, while denouncing slavery in the abstract, openly preferred slavery to freedom for the lower ranks of laborers.
Can I say something on that?
Kind of.
Kawakabe mentioned that in one of his classes, that I know they're saying that was an American thing, but the Brits stopped doing slavery before the Americans. And the Brits, that was their methodology, that they changed the culture of how of how the systems of, because the Brits were heavy in colonizing countries. They were in India, they were in Africa, and they were trying to find a way, how can we sit back here and get these Africans to serve us without killing them in extremely large numbers? Because you had guys, and I know you know the guy's name, I always forget his name, King Leopold. Mm-hmm. King Leopold, which was the Dutch king, he was cutting Hamites' hands off. He was sitting back here and torturing Ham to get them to go and mine
them Congolese,
and make money for them.
They didn't bring enough. If they didn't bring enough rubber back from them rubber trees, and you cut a little slit in the rubber tree, and you dripped a little rubber milk, and then you take that milk and roll it in a ball. And if you didn't bring enough of them rubber balls back, your hand gets chopped off. You had to bring back so many rubber balls full of tree sap, rubber tree, in order to get. That's where Michelin and all these tire companies come from. They still descend from that rubber trade started by King Leopold.
It's a dirty trade.
It was dirty trade, but the Brits were trying to find a more efficient way to get their slave labor to operate. So they had to transition philosophically from slavery to now wage-based slavery. Now the Americans were some of America still pushing their slavery angles, but the Brits were trying to change the entire world and how the world operated on a business level. And they were trying to teach the people, how can we sit back here and still have them operate like slaves, but under the premise that they're not slaves.
Yep. Under the idea that they're not slaves.
So I can sit back here and still get slave labor, pay very minimum wages, enough for them to sustain their families on a basic level, while still keeping the machine operating, and all the power and resources were from Britain. And the reason I say it came from Britain, because Britain was this small little island in Europe. And how were they able to control the entire known world? And they never had. The British ground units were never elite. The British were potent with their navy, never their ground troops.
And their air force.
Later on, their air force. But how were they able to sustain so much land? How were they able to sustain? Do I have this image here?
The wickedness of his policy.
Well, it definitely was that, but how? What was the policy? He was able. This is the picture I'm looking for right here. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all in a second. This is I'm gonna show you a different picture of the British Empire. You can look at it online, and how they looked at that was the entire continent of Africa. And if you look at the images of the colonization of Africa, Britain had the majority of the middle of Africa. And that's where he's posted up, in the middle of Africa, all the way down to the southern tip.
Yep.
And this image of the British, how in the hell was he able to sit back and maintain that jurisdiction for as long as he had it?
And all the wealth from it, and the resources.
And to manipulate them. And then India. And then all the trade with China, and how they controlled.
They had China too.
They had China a lot. Mm-hmm. How did they do it? It was how they changed systematically from slavery to a slave labor system. Now America was late on the train with it, but they finally caught on board after the abolition of slavery. But that was part of how the Brits were trying to change socially. How everything was, oh, we gotta save the black man. You realize those same brothers that were not slaves, they ended up going working back at those plantations for minimum wages.
It's just colonialism to corporatism.
It's just the beginning of corporatism, of the corporation status. Let me establish business and give you small wages and give you the illusion that you're making your money. But still, the company is the one making the real money. This is how they systematically controlled the world. Now you're free slaves. Now what was black folks doing? They were sharecropping. They went from slavery to goddamn sharecropping. Getting minor wages. Now I'm going to pay you for your room and board. Now instead of being a slave, you're going to work on the same land and you have to pay me for room and board. It's the same damn thing. You're still on that damn horse.
Yep.
You're still picking cotton.
You still get to use my seeds.
Cotton.
You get to use my tools, but I get to charge you for it. And if you don't bring me back my money with interest, then I can't pay you. I can't let you out of your servitude.
But psychologically, I think I'm coming up. This is a better situation. I'm still in the South. I'm sweating my ass off. I'm still working for the machine. We're still in America building the textile corporations and building America and making them an export superpower. But now I get a little bullshit wage and I get a little more wood on my roof. I gotta get the roof. I get another room to the slave quarters.
Yeah.
Now I think I'm doing something. But it's psychological. Now, psychologically, I think I'm actually accomplishing more. Because I don't have the label of being a slave. But that was from the Brits, because the Brits mastered how to manipulate these Hamites to make them think they're sitting back here. Now there's peace in my country now. Now I can sit back here and earn a living. Really? Okay. I might pay management a little bit more money to sit back and watch over. So I'll be the head nigga in charge, watching over other niggas.
Right.
Now I'm making a little bit more money to be a hard, and they hard as hell in them other ones, huh?
You create a variation of social class. I want to pull one scripture real quick. Jeremiah 3:23. Quick in and out.
I didn't want to take away your point, but it's really what you said was really on point with how they use the social. They just use the perception of work.
Yeah, the perception of freedom.
To motivate people to serve. Because the thing was, how can we motivate them to serve versus being forced to serve? And that's how you can control people over for further distance without having to be hovering on top of them with your military that you don't really have. Like, who would think, like, dude, it's tiny ass England. How do you have the whole world under your control? Systems and policies with few red coats around.
Yep. And as long as I put a chief or over the land of Africa,
yeah,
who I can support with guns, and as long as he allows me to exploit the gold mines, the silver mines, the aluminum mines, the zinc mines, and all the stones, you know what I'm saying, I'll keep him fed and his house fed.
Yep.
As long as he keeps the people in check.
That was the next level. Once you got wages, now you create a system where all you have to do is work directly with the king.
Yep.
Or the president. Now, as long as the presidents are locking in us and we bribe them, they'll take care of they'll do all the work for us. It's just higher level slavery.
Yep.
On a greater mental level. I'm sorry, keep going up.
I'm going to pull a quick scripture.
What was it again? Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 23.
23. Okay.
It says, truly in vain is salvation hoped for from the hills.
So truly in vain means to be nothing, to nothingness, is salvation hoped for from the hills. Now, what salvation are we talking about? The illusion of becoming free as an ideal of salvation.
Yep.
I am no longer in slavery to the dynamic my parents were in. That happens to our previous generations. Our mothers who came out of cooking and cleaning in white people's houses. Well, girl, you get education, girl. You can be a nurse. You can be whatever you want to be, girl. All we gotta do is just sit here and go to college, get this degree, and then you can't have a man in the house, and you gotta sit here and trade your family, trade your opportunity to be that submissive wife and sit here and be a liberated woman. That is another or a newer nuance of the social contract, which is a modernization of what? The previous slavery of our parents. So every generation has a lighter, quote unquote, form or a more palatable form of slavery.
But still slavery.
It's still slavery.
Right.
And now the new slavery they're pushing is the socialism, which is you're gonna do what? You're gonna own nothing, but what? But be happy. That's what they're pushing at the higher levels. You're gonna own nothing and be happy. What is it? It's just a new nuance or a new form of slavery, just a more modernized form. So it says, truly in vain is salvation hoped for from the what?
From the hills.
Back in the day, our parents were like, listen, man, we're in segregation. The white man gonna make us integrate. We're gonna get integrated. We're gonna be in the big house, eating with everybody on the same
I get to
bus.
drink from the same water
We
fountain.
did the same water fountain. We're gonna get to see here, go to school
They
together.
lost, we won. I'm gonna go to University of Georgia.
Good time.
I ain't going to Albany State no more.
Yeah, we gotta go to hard times. Initially,
No Albany State. I'm gonna go to Georgia Tech.
Or community college.
Exactly.
Yeah. But is it salvation? Is it quote unquote equal? Is it a better condition? It's the same condition.
I'm going to Georgia State. I forget Georgia State.
So salvation or a better situation is really, it's in vain when you hope for the hills. The hills mean the nations.
Yeah.
That's
Just for the
I hope
record,
that point.
just for King Leopold was Dutch. So throw it out for the text. He was Dutch. He wasn't Belgian. But let's keep going with your point. I didn't want to take it completely. I wanted to add on to
So
it.
John Locke was giving us what? John Locke was setting up the initial system. Let's convert from slavery to what?
Or he was just catching on. Locke was catching on to the elevated approach to how the rest of the world was kind of starting going that direction.
He was sharp on game. Let's make
Because that's
slaves.
in black talk. He was peeping. He was putting everybody on game to make money that's gonna last for the next 15, 20 years.
And what he was trying to solve was a social problem. And so you got all these low class non-landowners that will become future criminals. So what do you do with them?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you put them? You gotta train them from a youth, from a child, that they gotta be in some type of working situation so that they can become accustomed to work.
Yeah.
And this is where Jefferson and all the rest of the founding fathers of America pulled their information from on how to deal with a society.
So that's a question, Solomon, on this topic. So we know now that the young generation has a hard time at work ethic. They call it the Great Resignation. And it's like would it be like a reversing of that?
Well, it was at a higher caliber because they were pushing people to get something done. Now, my question was that for the whole country, or is it just for? Because that was still at the time of slavery, right? So they were trying to get.
No, this is even before America was born. Well, this is the beginning of America as a nation, around the 1700s.
Yeah.
They were looking at the problems of France. They were looking at the problems of England, of London, and how they were overcrowded cities. The poor was in surplus. They were diseased and sick. They were considered the offscoring of the population.
So that's the whole world then. I just want to make sure you're still talking about the entire country, especially the North. Because the South niggas was slavery.
Right, they were slaving, but this is the beginning when they just brought the slaves over and they started flirting with the idea of us breaking away from Britain, of England. So, but they didn't want the population problems that they had in Paris.
That's true.
The population problems they had in London, or the population problems they had in France. They didn't want those problems from those heavily populated cities. They didn't want the diseased and feckless generation to be resurrected in America. They were trying to solve a problem before it ever became one. So the solution is that once we got all these niggas over here under these slaves, we gotta keep them busy. We gotta keep them working. And it's another guy right here, Adam Ferguson. It says whose works were widely read in America, attributed. He said, this is what he said: attributed to the overthrow of the Roman Republic, in part at least to the emancipation of the slaves. So Adam Ferguson was another think tank of mind that the founding fathers would adopt from. And from his research, they said that the Roman Republic fell because they freed their slaves. That was part of the beginning of the end of the Roman Republic. He said, when you emancipate these slaves, this is what happened to them. This is why Rome fell. You let the slaves go. He says, the Roman Republic, in part at least, in the emancipation of the slaves, who increased by their numbers and their vices the weight of that dreg, which in great and prosperous cities ever sinks by the tendency of vice and misconduct to the lowest condition. He says, so when you let free slaves go, you leave them up to their vices, and it brings the society down.
Like what's happening in America right now.
Right. So
there's no purpose.
Yeah.
Because what you're saying is, if you're freeing the slaves, what you're saying is you give them no purpose, no focus, no direction, and then your society collapses.
And it leads them to misconduct. So they become criminal. They become vagrant. So the solution to that came from this other guy right here. It says James Burr or Bro. It says in his citations, earned the praise of many American revolutionists. So they were all adopting their concepts of what America should look like from all these people that was socially looking at the problems of Europe, which had been around longer than America. He says, earned the praises of many American revolutionists, proposed a set of press gangs to seize all idle and disorderly persons who have been 3 times complained of before a magistrate.
3 strikes
The
rule.
3 strikes rule was not new
Oh
in
my
California.
God, bro.
The 3 strikes rule had been around since the 1700s
Mhm.
and instituted in America.
Mhm.
It says, these press gangs to seize all idle and disorderly persons who have been 3 times complained of before a magistrate, and to set them to work during a certain time for the benefit of great trading and manufacturing companies.
Well, how about that? That explains, well, not explains, but it still happens now with the prison system.
That's exactly what it was about.
I know.
That's
It
what
was,
that
let's
was-
get these guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know where it was going.
Yeah,
at.
that's-
I'm gonna walk
that-
off and let you finish that.
No, that was the point.
That's the prisons. The prisons are making
Right.
everybody the
And-
money for people who ain't doing. Get off their
But
ass.
that was the point of the press gang. The press gang was nothing more than some people coming in, bringing. If you had been seized 3 times, then you should be subjected to a life of slavery.
Sad.
If you had 3 times where you was complained before a magistrate,
Damn.
if you were just complained,
A magistrate.
if you just were complained upon for being a vagrant.
You could. 2 of them could have been snitch moves, huh?
Yeah, I know.
You could have 2
Could lie
snitch
to-
moves.
Somebody could have lied. They lied.
They could have been 1 bad real charge and 2 bogus charges. Huh?
But after
So
3
funny.
strikes,
you out, man.
You out. I just wanted to bring that out. How America is nothing new. The issues of a society without people without jobs, how to eliminate the vices of the country, the lower level people, the lower class of society. All of these ideas were being instituted and harbored by the founding fathers of America. That's why it's nothing for them to throw us in prison the minute they see that you're not an ideal model citizen of America. Then you should be subjugated to a lifelong of slavery.
That was the vagrant laws right after slavery, man.
Exactly.
If you didn't have an ID, you didn't have a place to stay. Guess what? You're going back in the fields, man.
You're on a chain gang.
You're going to chain gang. You're going to sit back and work this slave labor
Yeah, you
like
gonna
it was before.
You're gonna work right next to these Chinese and build this railroad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Those are all facts, man.
So it just shows you what their solution was when they were in power, what they came up with to deal with us. We got to come up with a whole other system to deal with them when it's their turn.
Yeah, and this is why in Revelation the Most High called the Edomites that lion, speaking those great lies. Their systems and their approaches to how they broke us. They systematically put us in slavery without us physically being in slavery. How they psychologically got us to buy into a system that didn't benefit us.
And they conditioned us.
Yes.
They conditioned us to believe that all I can do is just work.
Yep.
And
But-
work my fingers to the bone.
But to be motivated, they found a way to create an alacrity and a passion to sit back and serve a kingdom that didn't benefit them.
I'm gonna give you.
And that was the brilliance
Yeah.
of how the Edomite nation. It started with Britain, but all the Edomites picked up on it.
They all picked
just
up
like
on it.
Willie Lynch,
Yep.
and all the different ways to break a slave and control and dominate people. It was a system that everybody bought into once they learned it worked. Then everybody bought into it.
Yep.
And then this was how he was able to dominate masses of people with very limited governance over them.
Yep.
And listen, that's how everybody stays in order.
And keep them busy, keep them working, create a workforce, and they know if you don't have a workforce, then the people will become criminals.
And they're complaining about society that nobody wants to work. It's another sign of how society is breaking down, and this country is falling apart.
And they have no way to what is it?
Invigorate, remotivate,
reinvigorate.
because all the jobs have been outsourced out of the country.
Yep.
All the real jobs they can sit back and people back in World War II era, everybody was proud to pitch in the war and work these
Not no more.
work these manufacturing jobs and work these
We can do it.
yeah. Hey, that's not the case anymore. Nobody wants to do nothing. Everybody wants to get rich quick, get some money online, hustle online, trap in the streets.
Even a basic job like customer service is outsourced. Right? Yeah.
Gun.
Welcome to T-Mobile.
Yeah, but you hearing chickens in the background.
Yeah,
like, where the hell is you at, bruh?
You know,
You don't know nothing about no damn
You in Malu Par and then the Philippines. What are you doing, huh?
I hope that you're satisfied
Dallas,
with the type of. If you have to leave a survey at the end, let us know how we did.
Or listen, you owe us money. Like,
Yeah.
click. I'm getting off.
I
dude.
not owe you no money.
don't owe no Pakistani cats money, bro. I ain't bought nothing from Pakistan to make me think I owe you.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, let's finish up this paragraph. We're going to finish this class next week. There's no way we're going to be able to finish this time out. So, God, people are tired too. Some young folks is lazy.
Yeah.
But let's keep going. Where were you at, sir? We're still in Josephus. We're going to finish off this paragraph and shut it down. No. We're book 8.
Book 8. I'm sorry.
Chapter 4, paragraph 3.
Chapter 4, paragraph.
The end of paragraph 3.
Book 8, chapter 4, end of paragraph 3. Verse 59.
It's not a verse, it's a line.
Line.
You said 116 the last time I heard you. Didn't you say 116?
Well, I'm in book 9, book 8. I'm sorry. I don't know how I lost it. Book 8, chapter 4.
Paragraph 3.
Chapter 4, paragraph, end of paragraph 3, which is 117. Okay, I see it. For hereby all shall learn that thou thyself was pleased with the building of this house for thee, and that we are not ourselves an unsociable nation.
He says the Jews aren't naturally unsociable. Now, when we start getting the knowledge, we start getting more unsociable. But I understand. But Solomon, like this, man, naturally we're not unsociable, so we shouldn't be unsociable in teaching these nations about who we are. Read on.
Nor behave ourselves like enemies to such as are not of our own people.
Solomon was trying to elevate the character of our people, but honestly, we weren't ready for it, man. We weren't ready to be able to have the fortitude to stand up for what's right in ourselves, not be tempted to acclimate ourselves to the world and teach the people. We weren't ready. We all throughout our history, we showed we weren't ready. When the Greeks came into power, what were we trying to do? Fit in with the Greeks, wear togas, roll like punks, be in the gym,
get in the theater
with no clothes on.
We love the acting. We love the theater.
And back in those days, women didn't act. So if there was a woman's role to play, guess who was playing that woman's role?
Medea.
Yes, that was the Greek way. Women weren't on the stage. Men was wearing wigs and the whole damn nine. So what are we saying? We were supposed to be, what Solomon was saying, we were supposed to be sociable enough to engage the nations with our fortitude, with our understanding in the scriptures, with being unwavering, and teach the rest of the world how to operate. But we didn't.
You know
we
why?
weren't ready for it.
You know why? Because our people are forever wanting to be on something new.
Huh?
We always want to be, oh man, y'all still read the Bible. I've elevated. I've come to a higher consciousness. Brother, y'all, I'm on a higher consciousness. Y'all still reading that old Bible. That's why it's called the Old Testament. I'm on a higher our people love to separate themselves by what they think they know and what they're on.
No doubt.
As if to say that I'm elevated in my and I'm on another level.
But it shows Solomon was on another level and had hopes that Israel could attain that, and we just weren't there yet.
Yeah.
Continue.
And end of line 117. But are willing that thy assistance should be communicated by thee to all men in common, and that they may have the enjoyment of thy benefits bestowed upon them.
So, you know, if a person follows the law, the Most High blesses. But with all that being said, Israel was still going to be the preeminent nation.
Yeah.
Solomon was just trying to sit back here and say these rest of the world shouldn't be in a situation where they're following the gods. Maybe all the nations can learn how to follow the Most High and serve Him under who? Under Israel.
Well, you know,
that's the whole point.
And the nations, half the nations already believe it anyway. They just believe in the wrong people in Israel
And
right now.
And when you were stepped out, that's what we were saying earlier, that this is why the Most High left the Bible in the world.
Yeah.
Because the nations are going to have these half-assed angles of what the Bible is. But at least they have an understanding of who the Most High is and who Christ is. So when everything falls apart, guess who's going to come back and reteach everybody the right way? It's going to be us.
It's going to be us. But, you know, they just believe that it's the so-called Israelis right now in Israel. That's why you got our people here in America be like, pray for the peace of Israel.
Yeah.
Even Americans know they got to pray for Israel.
Yeah.
They just don't realize that it was these ex-slave Americans that is the real children of Israel that you're praying for the peace of.
So the
and
teaching
who's going to bring restoration to the world.
So the teaching isn't going to be too hard.
It's not.
As the rest of the world is going to, and this is why the Bible's out here for all nations. and all the Christianity guys that want to push it. I get it. Most High is pushing all of y'all to sit back and teach the world. So when we get in power,
It's going to be a little shock.
they'll have a few more verses.
The Facebook.
And the people in Africa will have all the white boy missionary guys and those elders that walk around with their little button-up shirts with the short sleeve button-up shirts with the black tie, knocking on doors in the hood.
They go to the temple of
Latter-day Saint guys. All these verses, teach them. Because we'll sit back and direct everybody and situate them what the real truth is, but let the world and the knowledge be spread abroad, so they'll have an understanding of what's about to come.
They'll be preconditioned.
Yeah, it won't be so hard to teach them. And then when everything is done and the new world order, the real new world order kicks in, when Israel's in power, then we'll sit back and teach them, and we'll have garrisons, and we'll have men that are over different countries. My assignment is China for a few months. Man, I gotta go teach these Mao Zedong guys what the Most High is about. And then communism's whack.
The bat, rat, cat, snake eaters.
Now I got to now the other guys got to go to India and teach these guys that the cattle ain't sacred, and to get rid of these damn vermin mice.
Right.
Let's teach these damn fools in Arab town. Anyway, you get my point.
Got it.
We're gonna have to sit back and go back to the whole world and reteach the world what the Bible is about and reestablish that we can't run from that responsibility, which is coming sooner than you think. Read on.
Don, paragraph 4.
No, that's it. We're gonna shut it at that.
Okay.
We're gonna shut it at that.
Wait a minute.
We'll be in class
we-
forever if we don't do this,
Did
son.
we even finish that?
No, we did, because we said the enjoyment of thy benefits bestowed upon them. Yeah, we did that. We did that.
Gentiles, got it.
We're gonna shut it down with that.
Okay.
Are there any questions? It's already 2:30, man. Yeah, we pretty much got. We went through chapter 8. We almost finished 8. Yeah, we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. We'll do the rest of this next week. All right. Any questions? Israel and Majid?
We'll put him walk with them.
Yes, sir. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over.
to watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom.
much wisdom,
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
much understanding,
Much patience.
much patience,
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
much brotherhood,
And much love.
and much love,
Spiritual power.
spiritual power,
And forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly,
For indeed
for indeed
is our hope.
is our hope,
Always.
always,
And forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
We're good. Do it again. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathananawa.
Nathananawa.
Hathawarah.
Hathawarah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathananawa.
Nathananawa.
Award. La Ra'ah.
La Ra'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathananawa.
Nathananawa.
Ha'ayo.
Ha'ayo.
Quara.
Korah.
La Quara.
La Korah.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathananawa.
Nathananawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashah.
Lamashah.
Yasharallah.
Yahshua. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph in the works.
I will triumph in the works
of thy hands.
Of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eyes also shall see.
Mine eyes also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked that rise up against me.
Of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Hama
Iowa. La Duwad. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Hashamad. Hatawab. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Haran. Shayarad. Ayo. Hayah. Marawat Yuwa. Katal. Haramwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Aroria. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawat. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayaya. Al-Walam. Basham Yahshua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua. Brachano. Mashrali. Wabiat. 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 Support him. Barak the Yahweh. Barak the Yahushua. Barak the Yahweh. Barak the Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. Ba'Shem Yahushua. The water. The Yat. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Wa Yahushai, Wa Yashab, Men Israel, Must, Ra. Yahweh,
Nazai.
Mam Shabbat.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Men Israel, Must, Ra.
Yashmatap, dismissed. Fall out. All right, Israel. See y'all soon.